The explosive new chapter in the champion heavyweight story of all time. The Italian stallion is back! 3 years have passed since Rocky fought Apollo Creed, years of enjoying easy fights and a happy home life with Adrian. But now a vicious young fighter named Clubber Lang, jealous of Rocky's success, has challenged him to a bout. Can our out-of-shape hero beat this young upstart? Rocky's got the guts, the heart, and the courage. And if that's not enough, he's getting help from none other than Apollo Creed himself. Rocky III, the legend continues. Rocky, a Philadelphia fighter who never made the big time, shows he can take on a challenge and win something bigger than a championship bout. Rocky II. The Italian stallion proves he's got what it takes when he's fighting not for glory, not for money, but for love. Rocky III. His life is happy. His fights have been easy. Now a young upstart is going to make him prove just how far he can still go as the saga continues. Rocky III by Robert E. Hoban. Based on an original screenplay by Sylvester Stallone. Narrated by John Olson. October 1, 1976. Philadelphia Spectrum, the rematch. Blood flecked his shorts, those black satin shorts with gold trimming that Adrian had given him. Rocky didn't notice. His nose had been broken in the first round, and hit again and again since then. His right eye was now just an ugly swelling, almost resting on his cheek. Rocky didn't care. He charged Apollo Creed and bulled him into the corner. Creed's tired arms came up to protect himself, but it was too late. Rocky zinged one hook after another, then followed with 3 jolting rights. Incensed, the champ slammed back. They stood toe-to-toe and battered each other like wild men. The only thing that kept them from tearing out each other's throats was the fact that they had on boxing gloves. The bell rang. They both started to stagger back to their corners, but then stopped, turned to each other, and touched gloves. The crowd roared its appreciation. The fighters stared at each other for a long second, then collapsed into their corners. "How's the eye?" Mickey asked, leaning close and peering intently into Rocky's face. "It works," Rocky lied, gulping for air. "You can't do this anymore," Mickey yelled into Rocky's ear, his face concerned. "I know what I'm doing," Rocky said. The referee walked over to Rocky's corner. "Rock, if you get in trouble again, I'm going to stop it," he warned, and walked away. Rocky yelled after him, "Please, don't stop nothing." "Call it off! You can't win unless you knock him out. You're getting killed out there," Mickey screamed. "It's my life." Rocky hadn't come here just to go the distance this time. He was going all the way. He was going to win. He was going to be the next champion of the world. He wanted it not only for himself, but for all the people around him. Adrian and the baby, Mickey, even Paulie. They had all given everything they had, their best. He could do no less. This was going to be their night. "He's gonna kill you. You wanna go blind? This is it. This is our last chance. You gotta switch now," Mickey insisted, still shouting in Rocky's ear. "No tricks. I think I can win. I don't need no tricks, Mick." "You crazy? He's ready to drop you. Switch to the left now. He's ready." "No tricks. I don't need no tricks," Rocky yelled back, standing up. The bell rang. Round 15 began. The commentators leaned closer to the monitors and watched with anticipation as the fighters approached the center of the ring. "Here we are in the 15th round, and in my opinion this has got to be even more grueling than the first fight. Why they haven't stopped it, God only knows," Bill Baldwin said. "I have Apollo well ahead. All he has to do is stay away and he'll retain his title. But he's in there with a Hellcat from Philly who's not about to lie down." Apollo came out of his corner, took a deep breath, and started circling to the left. He flicked 3 jabs, then 2 hard rights into Rocky's face. Apollo hadn't stepped into the ring tonight looking for a decision. He had gotten a decision in the last fight, and it had been a sour victory. Not everybody had agreed with the judges. He had been plagued with harassing phone calls and letters. His children had been taunted at school. Tonight, he wanted a knockout. He was the best. Tonight, he'd prove it to himself. Creed switched directions, threw 2 more jabs, a right, a left, then missed. Rocky jumped forward and put all his weight behind a left hook that nearly knocked Creed off his feet. The champion's eyes glassed over and he tried to backpedal, but succeeded only in staggering. Rocky moved in and connected with 3 more hooks, then a right, then another left. Creed swayed and almost went down. It sounded like a bomb had exploded at the Spectrum. The crowd was on its feet, yelling and screaming. Commentators bellowed gibberish into their microphones. The noise was deafening. Apollo wondered where he was, and who was that yelling. His eyes focused on the sunburst of colors in the middle of the stark white canvas, lifted to the yellow encircling ropes, then found Rocky Balboa slowly advancing on him, exhausted. Creed managed to raise his weary arms up enough to taunt Rocky with a come-and-get-it gesture. The crowd erupted again. Rocky moved in and connected with a left hook to the body that made the champ fall back against the ropes. Sensing that Creed was fading, Rocky closed in for the knockout and was greeted by a stiff right hand. Apollo reached down deep into his reserves of strength and followed the right hand with a series of blows that caused Rocky's legs to buckle. Punch after punch cascaded off Rocky's demolished face. He stumbled, but he wouldn't fall. He was taking the champion's best, and still standing. His face was numb, and his hands seemed too heavy to raise above his waist. But he was still standing. Rocky threw a left. Creed threw a right. Rocky slipped under a jab and drove a right hook and a left hook to Creed's jaw. The champion was back on the ropes again. Rocky spat out his mouthpiece to get more air. Creed hit him 3 more times, but the blows were weak. Rocky knew that one way or another it would all be over soon. He had about 15 seconds of fight left in him, and then he was going home, meaning hitting the canvas. He was going to lie there like a piece of dead meat. He tagged Creed with 3 left-right combinations and kept hooking and hooking, hoping he was striking home. He couldn't see at all anymore. Apollo pushed Rocky back with his own flurry of blows. Rocky swayed, then recovered, and they were back, battling toe-to-toe. Creed landed a blow to the head. Rocky connected with a body shot. Another combination scored on Rocky, but he managed to shoot in 3 more hooks to the body. The last hook took its toll on Creed. The champ bent backwards, pawing weakly at Rocky. Rocky knew it was now or never. No more chances after this. Rocky went underneath with his right hand, pushed hook after hook into Creed's ribs. The champ stood there absorbing the blows, a confused, dazed look on his face. Why are we here? Why are we doing this to each other? This is what little boys do. It's stupid. Rocky knew Creed was right, but his body was no longer controlled by his brain. It was too late for reason. He smashed out with a left hook that staggered Creed. Rocky's lungs felt ready to explode. He connected with another devastating left hook. And Creed still stood. Rocky pulled his left hand back as far as he could and swung with every ounce of strength he could muster. Everything Rocky had was in the punch, including his balance. It was like a bowling ball he couldn't get his fingers out of. He was pulled along with it, floating in a dream. He felt his hand connect with Creed's chin. Or maybe it was a brick wall. Everything became peaceful. No roaring crowd or harsh lights, just a tranquil, weightless sensation. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Creed floating beside him. The dream shattered as Rocky smashed into the canvas. Dazed, he looked over and saw the champ on his back beside him. What was happening here? The crowd roared, "Get up! Get on your feet!" The timekeeper was pounding his hand on the canvas. 2, 3... Rocky reached for the rope. He was still confused about what had happened, but he knew he had to get to his feet. He pulled himself up toward the second rope, missed it, slipped down again. Like a robot, he reached back up again, clung harder this time. The referee was still counting. 5, 6... The commentators on the brink of insanity screamed into their microphones. Unbelievable! Both men are down, exhausted, beaten. Both are being counted out. No, Creed and Balboa are both trying to beat the count. If Creed gets up, he'll retain his title. If Balboa makes it, he'll be the new world heavyweight champion. Balboa's on one knee. Creed had pulled himself to the second rope. The two men were even. 7, 8... Rocky knew he wasn't floating now. His body was an awkward, heavy thing, submerged under tons of oppressive water. The referee's voice rippled toward him. 9. This was it. One last bit of heart. He bit down as hard as he could, clenched his grip even harder, leapt for the top rope, grabbed it, and pulled himself up. 10. The crowd roared like a rocket taking off. Rocky leaned against the ropes, crying. Through his tears, he could see Apollo still hanging on the second rope, balanced precariously on one knee. It was all over now. The seemingly hopeless years of chasing after some kind of respect, some recognition that even now he couldn't fully describe, were ended. The pain, the blood, the fear. It was over. "Ladies and gentlemen," the ring announcer bawled. Rocky pulled himself from the ropes and stood up. "Rocky Balboa, the new heavyweight champion of the world!" Prologue. 3 years is a long time. 1,095 days, 156 weeks, 36 months. But most people don't remember time in calendar terms. They remember events, historical and personal, periods of love, periods of loneliness. A small event can sometimes stick in the memory long after more important things have been forgotten. Any recollection of a period of time is, therefore, going to be incomplete and erratic. The 3 years that followed Rocky's championship victory were no exception. His first title defense ended in a TKO. In the second one, Rocky dropped his opponent cold. Mickey, Rocky, and Paulie were too busy celebrating to notice a steely-eyed fighter named Clubber Lang watching from ringside. Rocky Jr.'s first tooth popped painfully through his pink gums. After 2 more easy defenses, Rocky became a magazine hero. His smiling visage beamed from the covers of Sports Illustrated, Ring Magazine, and Boxing Illustrated. Articles inside the magazine also described the up-and-coming new heavyweight Clubber Lang and his merciless style of attack. Rocky received the Merit Award from the mayor of Philadelphia. Clubber didn't have time for awards. He was too busy boxing. His 6th victory in a row left his opponent in a coma for 3 weeks. Before he fully recovered, Clubber had claimed 4 more victories. Rocky was boxing too, but his fights were easy victories. He had become an institution. Everybody knew he'd win. The only question was in which round. Only Mickey noticed Lang, always sitting in the audience. Paulie no longer worked in Rocky's corner. He had found better things to do. Sitting on a bar stool was one of his favorite pastimes. Rocky and Adrian bought a house. Mickey moved in with them. When Clubber pounded his way to his 20th victory, Mickey was in the audience watching. He didn't like what he saw. The Police Athletic League voted Rocky Man of the Year. He was given the award at a huge banquet. Rocky wondered where there was room in his study for another plaque. Paulie hounded Adrian for money. She was his sister, he whined. She owed him. The more he asked, the less he got. Lang became the number 4 contender. Following his 10th title defense, Rocky had plastic surgery on his face. After the ugly old scar tissue was removed and the nose straightened, a handsome Rocky appeared in magazine ads, selling everything from cars to hairsprays. Clubber Lang became the #1 contender. Sports columnists began writing about the inevitable match. Rocky Jr. had his 3rd birthday. Chapter 1. In the dark bar, the television set glowed like a little moon. The sportscaster droned on and on, his voice virile and monotonous. A picture of Rocky appeared behind him. Rocky Balboa doesn't seem to be worried about much these days, having just triumphed in his 10th title defense. He has even agreed to take on the world's heavyweight wrestling champion in a sort of charity stunt, with all the proceeds going to local youth foundations. Paulie climbed on top of his bar stool and, swaying precariously, pushed the off button on the television. The color faded from the sports announcer's face, and the screen went gray and silent. Mumbled complaints came from the bar around Paulie. He awkwardly sat down on his stool again. The volume of the complaints increased, cutting through the thick cigarette smoke and penetrating even Paulie's ears. Paulie swung around belligerently and faced the mumblers hidden in the shadows and smoke. "What is this? A bar or the YMCA TV room?" Paulie screamed in a drunken rage. The mumbles stopped, but not because of Paulie. A short, stocky, middle-aged man in a dirty, rumpled suit with a scrunched-up pork-pie hat on his head is not a particularly fearsome sight. They just didn't even care. They had their own problems. The wife was sick, the rent was due, the dope hadn't come in, the next beer cost 2 more quarters. To heck with this fat little bum and his TV hang-ups. "You're all a bunch of damn bums," Paulie said, more to himself than to anyone else, as he swung back toward the bar, managing to knock his beer bottle over in the process. "Crap," he moaned, watching beer foam over the bar onto his pants. "Perfect," he thought, "just perfect. All I gotta do is see Rocky's mug on the screen and my whole night takes a dive." Andy, the part-time bartender and full-time owner of Andy's Italian-American bar, hurried over to calm down Paulie. He had seen Paulie like this before, too often lately, and he didn't want trouble. "Your brother-in-law is an all-right guy. Lot of heart," Andy said, scooping up the fallen bottle and wiping the flowing beer with a bar rag. Paulie shrugged indifferently, leaned over the bar and pulled another bottle out of the beer cooler. Twisting off the bottle cap, he settled back on his stool. Everybody in the whole world loved Rocky. The TV loved Rocky. The papers loved Rocky. He tilted his head back, put the bottle to his lips, and let the beer flow down his throat like a river of release. He put the half-empty beer back on the counter and peered at his reflection in the bar mirror. He liked it. He looked distinctive. The dusty bottles of Black Label Scotch, Gilbey's Gin, Isvetskaya Vodka, Fukijo Sake, Jack Daniel's Dry Mash, and other brand-name booze sitting on the shelf below the mirror gave him a sophisticated look, like somebody in a magazine advertisement. Rocky wasn't the only one in the family who could move merchandise through the media. Yo! He liked the way he had phrased that. He had brains. All he needed was a decent chance. "Tell him to come around sometime," Andy continued. Paulie finished the beer in one angry gulp, then slammed it on the counter. "You tell him," Paulie snarled, throwing $1 on the bar. "You goin'?" Andy asked, relieved. "Hey, give Rocky my best." Paulie glared at Andy, amazed at the stupidity and gall of the man. Weren't they paying any attention to him? To Paulie, the man? Did they just see Rocky Balboa's brother-in-law? He suddenly felt sorry for Andy and the rest of them. They were really a sorry bunch of bums who were sticking it to a great guy without even realizing what they were doing. What a bunch of slobs. "You know, I've been coming here for years," Paulie said, quietly but intensely. "How about I get you best once? Me, Paulie." Andy stared at him, knowing it was dangerous to say anything. If Polly the bomb was going to go off, he could handle it, but he wasn't going to volunteer for the job. Andy knew that Rocky wouldn't want any trouble if it could be avoided. Polly slid off his bar stool, but his foot was hooked in the bottom rung, and he and the stool crashed to the floor. When it rains, it pours, Polly thought, wriggling out from under the stool. He stood up and brushed the sawdust from his dirty suit, then replaced the hat on his head, tugging at it until it was tight. "Get that stool fixed," Polly boomed, trying to muster as much dignity as the situation would allow. Polly was surprised at how unsteady his footing was as he weaved his way to the door. He hadn't had that many beers, certainly not enough to cause a shifting floor. In the old days he used to be able to drink a case without taking a leak. He was famous for it, like Rocky eating raw eggs. Mounted next to the door was a huge Easter Seals poster depicting a life-size Rocky in boxing regalia, with his arm around a little boy. Emblazoned at the bottom was the motto of the poster, "Give a kid a fighting chance." Polly laughed bitterly. You had to be crippled or a retard before anybody helped you in this world. The door swung inward, slamming Polly on the shoulder. He staggered back, grabbing a table to maintain his balance. Two guys walked in that Polly had seen before but couldn't recognize in his present state. There were so many things he wanted to yell that they all crowded together in his mouth at once, so he couldn't say anything. Finally, out squeezed a burp. "Yo, Polly, how's the rock?" one of the guys called. Polly glared at him angrily, then strode silently out the door, slamming it shut behind him. The guy looked at Andy, confused. "What did I say?" he asked. Andy shrugged and pulled 2 Budweisers out of the cooler. "Maybe there's a full moon out tonight." A couple of the mumblers laughed half-heartedly, then the bar fell silent again. The cold night air momentarily chilled Polly, but then his drunken rage warmed him again. He started trudging to his right, then changed his mind and turned in the opposite direction. 3 steps later he was back in front of the bar. He put his hand on the doorknob and was about to turn it when it occurred to him that there was a reason why he had left. They didn't appreciate him in there. He stepped back from the door and looked up and down the street. Where could he go? Where was he appreciated? No quick answer popped into his brain. He took a step in one direction, hesitated, then took a step in the other. People on the sidewalk were beginning to stare at him. He felt an insane desire to cry. It shocked him. "What the hell am I?" he wondered. "A damn spinning top with no direction? I'll be a damn crybaby next." He glared at the passers-by and resolutely tugged at his hat, keeping his hands busy. He headed toward the store lights. His angry stride quickly degenerated into a shuffle, then a stumble, finally a stagger. He bumped into several people who at first ignored him, then angrily pushed him aside. He finally found refuge on a window ledge outside a dry cleaner's. He wasn't ready to take on the whole world yet. He'd sit here a minute and relax his mental functions. His breathing became slow and regular. His chin rested on his chest. He was looking at his shoes. They needed polishing badly, and one shoelace was broken, but they were interesting in their own way. Then he was asleep. In the dream he was dressed in a yellow satin boxing robe with black trim and the name Paulie embossed boldly on the back. Boxing gloves covered his hands, and 2 lovely stacked blondes adorned his arms. They were both 7 feet tall and towered over him. But what the hell? He could handle it. Besides, nobody questions a dream. They were walking between tables at a posh restaurant, with everybody staring at them and whispering excitedly. His ankle slammed into a chair leg. Embarrassed, he ignored it, even though the pain made him wince. How could he do a stupid thing like that? He knocked his ankle against another chair leg. This time fire shot up his leg. He forgot about the blondes and reached for his ankle. Smack! The nightstick rapped against his fingers. "Yee!" Polly yelped, his eyes snapping open. "This is a public street, not the YMCA," the young cop said quietly. The line sounded vaguely familiar to Polly. "Hey, you hit me," he blurted out. "I woke you up," the cop answered. "That hurt." Polly said, trying to rub his ankle with the injured hand. "I'm sorry," the cop said, smiling, "but we can't have drunks sleeping on public streets, can we?" "Don't you know who I am?" Polly asked. "This is my first night on the beat. You might say I'm just getting acquainted." "I'm Polly Panino. Everybody knows me." "I'm Officer Flanagan, and I've got a feeling that you're going to get to know me real well." The smile glistened on Flanagan's face like a cold, shiny badge. He began to play with the nightstick, bouncing it playfully on the palm of his left hand. Polly glanced around nervously. Flanagan moved in closer, looming over Polly like a blue tower. "Flanagan," Polly started. "Officer Flanagan." "Officer Flanagan, I'm the champ's friend. I'm Rocky Balboa's brother-in-law." "It's about time we met," Flanagan chuckled. "I'm his Irish brother. Shake." The baton rapped against Polly's ankle again. Polly grabbed the ankle and winced in pain, his eyes watering. "Hobble out of here," Flanagan said, the smile gone from his face. Polly limped hurriedly down the street, periodically glancing over his shoulder. Flanagan strolled to the end of the block and disappeared around the corner. Polly slowed down and rubbed his ankle. The pain was subsiding while the bruise on his pride swelled. If he hadn't been drunk, things would have been different. No man had ever treated Polly like that and gotten away with it. Well, not many. Besides, this cop was just too big, too young, and Polly was too drunk. That explained this horrendous turn of events. Too drunk. Besides, nobody in his right mind hits a cop, and Polly was nothing if he wasn't smart. The noise of bells jarred him from his drunken thoughts. He looked up into the blinding glare of harsh neon lights. An amusement arcade. What the hell was South Street coming to, Polly thought. The arcade was jammed with kids ranging from grade school age to late teens. Some of the kids were punkers with bright green-orange and purple streaks searing their hair. Bums and juvenile delinquents, that's what the neighborhood was coming to. Polly shook his head in dismay. A buxom blonde girl brushed past Polly. Their eyes met. He couldn't tell if she was giving him the come-on or laughing at him. Polly turned away, his face flushed. She went into the arcade and stopped at the change booth. The owner, a sleazy young old man in a red and white striped shirt, played his change marker like a typewriter and handed her a fistful of quarters. She kissed him and hurried off to a pinball machine. Polly nonchalantly ambled into the arcade. The owner eyed him suspiciously. Nervous, Polly took a swig of scotch from a half-pint bottle and tried to stroll casually down the rows of machines. He stopped behind the blonde and watched in fascination as her body squirmed in rhythm with the jiggling of the machine. Polly coughed. She put another ball into play without looking around. "Hi," Polly said hesitantly. No answer. It was like he wasn't there. "Too good to talk to me, is that it?" Polly continued, getting mad. "You'll kiss that slime over there, but you won't even talk to me?" He could have been talking to a wall. She was oblivious to everything but the machine. She pulled the lever back and shot another ball up the chute. As the ball caromed through the playing field, a bright pattern lit up, illuminating a picture of Rocky on the backboard. She hit the flippers, sending the ball soaring back up. More lights went on, and more bells. Suddenly Rocky's image shimmered, glowing, and the bell rang. Free games. The word "win" framed Rocky's head like a halo. The girl started jumping up and down with joy. She slammed into Polly. His booze splattered on his shirt. Polly looked down at his shirt, then up at Rocky's flashing image. Rocky was ruining everything for him. Enraged, he threw his bottle into the machine. The glass shattered. The girl screamed and looked at Polly as if he were crazy. It wasn't enough. Polly charged the machine, threw it to the floor, and began kicking it. The owner grabbed Polly from behind and pushed him toward the entrance. Polly flung him off easily. "Who you touchin'? Who wants it?" Polly yelled. "Get the hell out of here! Somebody get a cop!" the owner yelled back. Paulie wheeled around, staring everybody down. "You all friggin' losers! Only losers play that game!" Paulie roared drunkenly. "What game?" a voice asked quietly. Paulie looked at Officer Flanagan, and his heart sank. Chapter 2. It was late. The light from an expensive pseudo-gooseneck student lamp cast shadows through the study. Rocky sat behind a heavy mahogany desk, a pair of reading glasses perched incongruously on his nose, intently reading a book on speech and diction. He turned a page and studied a series of illustrations depicting the proper placement of the tongue for the formation of the th sound. After silently practicing until he was satisfied that he was ready, he flicked on a portable tape recorder. Leaning toward the condenser microphone, he spoke slowly. The, that, then, those, the. He finished the drill, then rewound the tape and played it back. It didn't sound bad, he thought, smiling. Not real good, but not bad. The smile grew as he continued to listen. What would his fans think if they could see him now? They'd think he was crazy. Maybe they were right, but he didn't care. All he knew was that he wasn't the same man he had been 3 years ago when he'd won the championship. Nobody was. Everything changed, or died. He loved South Street, but there wasn't any reason to drag it with him for the rest of his life. He snapped off the recorder, removed his glasses, and massaged the bridge of his nose. Surprise registered on his face as he noticed how dark it was. He glanced at his watch. Enough of this stuff. He was a married man with a family, not a bookworm. It was time to go to bed, to be beside Adrian. He pushed his chair back from the desk and walked over to the bookshelves that lined an entire wall of the room. The shelves were crammed with works ranging from Shakespeare to Spallone. Most of the bindings were new and clean, untouched. The fact that Rocky hadn't read the books didn't detract from his appreciation of them. They looked great lined up all neat and orderly on the shelves. Besides, he had read one of the Spallane books. It was a start. The phone on his desk rang. He picked up the receiver. "Hello." His face grew pensive, then troubled as he listened on the phone. "Oh, Paulie," he groaned. The night was almost starless in downtown Philadelphia, or perhaps the stars were obscured by the polluted air. The blue Maserati cruised quietly down the still street, occasionally passing a police car. Its turn signal blinked on and the car slid noiselessly into the city jail's public parking lot. Rocky stepped out of the Maserati. He didn't have the look of a happy man. The towering spectacle of the city jail looming in front of him didn't increase his appreciation of the view. He started walking toward the entrance. As an afterthought, he went back and locked up the car. You couldn't be too careful. "Hey, Rocky, how you been?" the desk sergeant asked. Rocky shrugged, a sad smile playing on his lips. "You here for your brother-in-law?" Rocky nodded. "He's a pain. We got better things to do than fool around with guys like him. He don't even get into real trouble, for Christ's sake. A pinball machine. Who the hell wants to beat up a pinball machine? Some hard guy, huh?" the sergeant laughed. "I'll pay for the machine," Rocky said. "You might not be doing him a favor. He's family." "That's what I figured you'd say." The sergeant waved another officer over, then turned back to Rocky. "We haven't booked him or anything like that. He's just in the holding tank. You want him, he's yours." "Thanks, I appreciate that," Rocky said, reaching across the desk and shaking hands. "It's the least I can do, champ. You made Philly famous." "What about the signers of the Declaration of Independence?" Rocky joked. "Them too," the sergeant continued seriously. "But that was then, and this is now." Yeah, this is now, Rocky thought. So what did that mean? Rocky followed the policeman down the long, cold corridor. Body smells permeated the air. Snores were punctuated by groans. Heavy metal doors muffled the noises but failed to obliterate them. They came to the holding tank. The policeman opened the door and they stepped in. The holding tank was a small room completely stripped of furniture. A red, hard rubber pad covered the floor. The walls were bare. The chipped plaster covered with graffiti recorded dubious achievements. A single commode, unadorned by a lid, sat against the back wall. No windows. All the occupants were asleep, some in pools of their own vomit. Paulie was propped into a corner, his knees pulled protectively up to his chest. His hat had fallen off and was mashed between his shoulder and the wall. Half hidden in shadows, Paulie's face had a look of soiled innocence. Rocky studied him quietly, then finally said, "Paulie." No reaction. "Paulie." This time it was louder. Paulie's constricted red eyes slowly opened. For a moment he looked around in bewilderment, wondering where he was. Then he focused on Rocky and his eyes tightened malevolently, a hint of hatred shining out of them. "Let's go, pal," the policeman barked. Paulie pushed himself away from the wall and stood, a hard smile spreading across his face. "Yes'sir, boss. Anything you say, boss." 10 minutes later, Paulie and Rocky were standing outside the city jail. Paulie spat at the front door as it closed. "What are you doing, Paulie?" Rocky asked, shaking his head in dismay. Paulie nervously adjusted his hat. "I don't get to see the front door that often." Rocky turned in disgust and started walking toward his car. Paulie sauntered after him, muttering noiselessly to himself. Exasperated, Rocky spun around and faced Paulie again. "What do you say?" Rocky asked, controlling himself. "I don't have to say nothin'," Paulie answered, dryly. "Nothin' at all." "You better say something. This is the 4th time I got you out of here. Most games I know of, 3 strikes and it's all over." They walked silently to the parking lot, then weaved their way between the rows of cars. Their footsteps rang loudly in the quiet night. Paulie coughed nervously. Rocky kicked an empty soda can. It rolled noisily under a car. "What do you want to hear from me?" Paulie finally yelled. "You want to hear that I owe you? You, I don't owe nothin'." They aren't going to make me feel ashamed, Paulie thought. They can put me in jail and they can beat me up, but they can't make me feel bad. He hadn't done anything wrong. He was just a victim. He didn't owe anybody a dime. He was the one coming up short. Rocky watched Paulie, trying to figure out what was going on in his head. Sometimes it was real hard for Rocky to believe that Paulie and Adrian were brother and sister. They were as different as night and day. Actually, they reminded him more of the drama masks he'd seen, one laughing and one crying. "You don't owe me nothin'," Rocky said evenly. Paulie reached into his pocket and took out a package of cigarettes. His hand shook slightly as he lit one up. He took a deep drag to steady his nerves, then glanced around anxiously. "My sister ain't here?" "She's home." "Home. Me and her was tight before you come in. I raise her and she don't even come down to help me. My own flesh and blood. What a kick in the—" "She don't like this kind of thing," Rocky interrupted. Who would, Rocky thought to himself. A stinking jail, a brother that looks like a bum. Adrian wasn't going to be exposed to this if he could help it, even if it meant letting Paulie sit in jail next time. "What do you know?" Paulie shouted, his hands dancing in the air from agitation and frustration. "I give you my sister, and what do you give me? For 3 years you throw a few free tickets my way. You and the sister can go to hell." Paulie sincerely believed he had been robbed. The booze and the trauma of the evening had completely obliterated any vestiges of reality from his memory. He was convinced that he and Adrian had had a nice household. It had been the best of times. A loving brother and a loving sister, hand in hand. A few phantoms nibbled at the edges of the vision in his mind, but he ignored them. "Watch your mouth, Paulie," Rocky warned. "What you gonna do? Whack me? Come on, I don't sweat you." "Why don't you screw your head on right?" Paulie's face reddened. Turning, he kicked out at a nearby car. At the moment of contact he remembered that his ankle was sore from Flanagan's baton, but it was too late. His foot smashed solidly into the car's fender. He jumped back in pain. This was not his night. Rocky fought back a smile. He knew Polly too well to make the mistake of laughing at him now, but still, he did look funny, hopping up and down on his good foot. "It's your friggin' head that ain't on right, not mine," Polly bellowed, rubbing his injured ankle. "What did I do?" Rocky asked, becoming genuinely confused by the antics of his brother-in-law. "What did you do? Nothin'. You done for yourself. Look at you. You had your face made all nice and the nice clothes. Handsome guy. Big man. For 3 years you done anything for Polly? Nothing. You could give me a good job, but no, the only thing you ever give me was a stinking watch." "Polly," Rocky said softly. Polly shoved his arm out at Rocky and his jacket sleeve rode up, exposing the watch strapped to his wrist. "That's it! A friggin' watch! So what?" Polly tore the watch off his wrist and threw it down. The watch hit the pavement, shattered, and bounced over by Rocky's feet. "There's your watch. I ain't need... There's your watch. I ain't no needy case," Polly continued. Rocky bent over and picked up the watch. The glass face looked like a windshield someone had banged his head against. Rocky shook his head in dismay. Pinball machines and wristwatches, not very formidable opponents, even for Polly. Rocky remembered once when Polly had grabbed a turkey Adrian had cooked and tossed it out in the alley. Things had worked out okay that night, but tonight it might be different. Tonight might just be senseless destruction. Nobody would profit. "Polly," Rocky said, holding the watch out to him. Polly knocked the watch out of his hand. "Leave it down. It never kept no good time anyway. Big charity handout. Did you forget when you was a punk and how guys used to laugh at how jive you used to be? Who whacked them bums out?" Polly demanded, stomping on the watch and grinding it with his heel for good measure. The chips of glass sparkled like diamonds in the glow from the lights encircling the lot. "You got it backwards. They used to laugh at both of us." "Nobody ever laughed at me," Polly retorted. "Maybe they haven't watched you kill a watch." "Nobody's ever laughed at me," Polly repeated, his voice getting shriller. Rocky looked around uncomfortably, glad that the parking lot was deserted and hoping hard that it stayed that way. He didn't want to be stuck out here with Polly in the middle of a shift change. He felt a strong temptation to check the time on his watch, but he thought it might provoke Polly. One watch was enough to sacrifice to the cold night air. "Tell me who fixed you up with your first woman," Polly went on. "Me. Polly. I was responsible." "She was pregnant." "So what? You weren't no prize either. I always tried to help you, but got nothing back. You buy a new house and you move Mickey in. You don't ask me. Why? The old man is better than me? Is that it?" Polly hit his chest with his fist. "This here ain't cardboard. I got feelings here." Polly thumped his chest again, emphasizing the last word. "Everybody's got 'em," Rocky agreed. "To hell with everybody," Polly growled. "No, maybe it's just to hell with you," Rocky said softly. "What?" Polly gasped. Rocky had never told him to go to hell before. Just about everybody else had, but not Rocky. "Hey, why don't you say what you mean once in your life?" Rocky asked. "Say? You want me to say something? You got it. I'm saying that you been keeping me down. I'm saying you forgot who your friends are, and I'm saying you been trying to make me look like a loser in front of my sister." Rocky decided that enough was enough. Maybe the desk sergeant had been right. He wasn't doing Polly any favors by getting him out of these jams. Maybe it was time just to talk straight. Even if it didn't help Polly, it would make Rocky feel better. Stomping on watches in the parking lot outside of city jail was not a good way to live a life. "You still don't got it right," Rocky yelled, surprising himself with his own fury. He was really mad at Polly, mad and concerned. It hurt to watch someone who was a part of your life screwing up royally. It hurt a lot. "The truth is, we started out on the same corner, even. I got real lucky with everything, and it's driving you nuts, 'cause as long as I was a bum, you always had somebody you could feel better than. Right, Polly? That's where it's at. And jobs? I got you 10 jobs and you blew them all because you don't want to work. What you want is what everybody else has got. Yo, it don't work that way. I don't want to hear this crap. Come on, you talk like everybody owes you a living. Paulie advanced on Rocky, shouting, Shut your mouth! Now they were both yelling in unison. Their angry voices echoed harshly through the parking lot. An officer stuck his head out the front door, saw Rocky, and discreetly withdrew back into the jail. Nobody owes nobody nothing. You owe yourself. That ain't right. Friends owe. Friends owe nothing. They do 'cause they want to do, understand? Enraged, Paulie moved in on Rocky and shoved him back. Shut your friggin' mouth! You been keeping me down! Paulie was near tears. He knew what he was. A little man in a big man's world. Keep yelling it, Paulie, and maybe you'll believe it, Rocky shouted, as Paulie continued to shove him. Keeping you down? You know sometimes you're like a crazy brother to me, so I'm gonna tell you what I'm feeling here, and I mean this from the heart. You ain't down, Paulie. You ain't a loser. You're just a jealous, lazy bum. Blinded by tears and slowed down by the booze in his system, Paulie took a wide, clumsy swing that seemed to move in slow motion. Rocky jumped back and effortlessly blocked it with his arm. Paulie continued to bull forward and swung again. This time his swing was shorter and the punch faster, more accurate, but it was still a roundhouse that Rocky dodged easily. Come on! Come on! I'll break your mouth! I'll break everything! Come on! Paulie bellowed, his voice cracking with frustration. Still, Paulie charged forward, his arms hurling out one windmill haymaker after another. The sheer fury of the attack drove Rocky across the parking lot, but he blocked the punches easily, taking their force on his arms. By the time they had almost crossed the length of the lot, Paulie's breathing was ragged. His blows slowed, then stopped. Finally, he just stood there, exhausted, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Rocky stared at him, silent and motionless, waiting to see what was next on the agenda. Can I have a job? Paulie wheezed. All you had to do was ask, Rocky answered. Paulie leaned against a car while his breathing struggled to become normal. You okay? Rocky asked. Paulie nodded his head and pushed away from the car. As they walked toward the Maserati, Rocky rubbed his sore arms. You punch pretty good. You mean it? Paulie asked, smiling. That's what my arms tell me, Rocky said, unlocking the car. They got in. Paulie squirmed on the plush leather upholstery, then settled back. His hat slipped over his forehead. His face relaxed into an expression of boyish fatigue. Hey, what time do you need me tomorrow? Paulie yawned. I'll give you a call. Do you really think I got a good punch? Paulie's voice tapered off dreamily. Superb. Paulie's eyes closed. His head slumped forward, and his hat fell into his lap. Rocky put the keys in the ignition and started the car. He looked at Paulie's sleeping form. He put the hat back on Paulie's head. Everything was going to be all right. A good night. Everything was going to be superb. Chapter 3. It was almost 11 when the Maserati pulled up in front of Rocky's house. A few stars had managed to poke through the dense cloud cover. This was a quiet residential area. Very few of the neighboring houses had lights on at this time of night, and Rocky's house seemed to be no exception. But closer inspection revealed a faint glow from one of the bedrooms on the left side. Mickey's still up, Rocky thought. He'd been having a hard time sleeping for the last couple of months. It was beginning to worry Rocky. He reminded himself to talk to Mickey about having a complete physical. He drove the car up the driveway toward the huge double garage. Paulie snored and snuffled like a leaking balloon, occasionally twitching in a dream. Rocky reached up and took the automatic garage door opener from the visor. A simple push of the button made the door swing open magically. Rocky smiled. He'd come a long way from his cramped one-room apartment on the south side. That ramshackle two-story apartment building had been demolished to make room for a low-cost housing project. And here he was living in a house that cost 6 figures, complete with an automatic garage opener. It was change. The best kind of change. The garage door closed behind him. He walked around the car and opened the passenger door. Polly still slumbered on, oblivious to everything but his dreams. Rocky grabbed his arms and pulled him out of the car. Polly began to mumble and thrash slightly. Rocky kicked the car door shut with his foot. The door to the house squeaked open, and a head poked out, lit by the kitchen light.
"Is that you, Rocky?"
Mickey growled. "Yo!"
"Who's with ya?"
"Paulie."
"What's the matter with him?"
"He's sleeping, just like I want to do sometime tonight. You gonna give me a hand?"
"Sure, kid,"
Mickey said, hurrying to Paulie's other side.
"Phew, he smells like a beer bottle somebody threw up in."
Paulie stirred. "Let's just get him to bed before he wakes up, huh?"
"Sure, kid, whatever you say."
They dragged him into the house and sat him on one of the kitchen chairs. Paulie opened his eyes, then quickly shut them. The glare from the overhead light was painful. He shook his head, then opened his eyes cautiously.
"Where am I?"
"My house," Rocky stated.
"I don't need no charity."
"You're just spending the night in the guest room."
"Just no charity. I'm a working man now."
They picked him up and carried him through the darkened hallways. Paulie started to sing in a drunken slur.
"Keep it down. There's people sleeping,"
Mickey hissed.
Sure, sorry. Rocco, maybe for this next fight I'll get involved with the business end. I'm good with figures and numbers."
Mickey looked questioningly at Rocky. "He's something else," Rocky said to Mickey. "Maybe, Paulie, maybe." By the time they reached the guest room, Mickey was breathing heavily. Rocky put Paulie over his shoulder and carried him to the bed. After sitting Paulie on the bed, Rocky took off his shoes, then pushed him over on his back.
"Tell Mrs. Stallion good night,"
Paulie mumbled, then slipped into unconsciousness. Mickey watched as Rocky covered Paulie with a blanket. They walked back to the kitchen in silence. Rocky opened the refrigerator and pulled out a carton of milk. "Ya want something?" Rocky asked.
"Not hungry."
In the kitchen light, Mickey's face looked gaunt and haggard. He was old, but he looked older. "You all right?"
"Better than some people,"
Mickey groused, jerking his thumb toward the guest room.
"It's just getting hard to get my beauty sleep in this house anymore, and I need years of it. I'm not as young as I look. Paulie working the wrestling match?"
Rocky nodded. Mickey shrugged. Paulie wasn't a man he'd choose, but then Paulie wasn't his brother-in-law either. Mickey had long ago learned to live and let live, even if you didn't like it.
"Get to bed," Mickey ordered. "I'm still your manager, and we got a match coming up."
"Yo," Rocky said, finishing off the milk. "You too." Mickey scowled, waved at him, and shuffled down the hallway toward his bedroom. Rocky watched the retreating figure with a look of concern on his face. Rocky quietly entered the bedroom. Adrian was asleep, a book still resting in her relaxed hand. The lamp on her bedside table glowed warmly. For a moment Rocky stood quietly, admiring the way her fine brown hair fell over the gentle line of her neck and jaw. Her breathing was soft and even. Her small breasts rose and fell faintly and rhythmically. Rocky could have stayed there forever, just looking at her. Even in sleep, Adrian intuitively sensed Rocky's presence. Her hand dropped the book and rubbed her eye as she turned to face him. "Everything all right?" she yawned. "Perfect." "Any trouble with Paulie tonight?" "Nothing unusual. He asked me to say good night to you for him." "That's sweet." Rocky bent over and kissed her. Her softness never ceased to amaze him. She locked her arms behind his neck and pulled him down beside her. "Sweetness runs in the family," she murmured to him. The heavyweight champion of the world is many things, but he is not sweet. I know one that is. Well, don't tell that to Thunderlips, Rocky joked. Adrian frowned. Are you really going through with this wrestler? He's so big. It's a little late to call it off. Besides, it'll be fun. You've watched him on TV. It's all fake. A game. He hits me, I paste him, we both fall down. Adrian started laughing. What's so funny? That's how you won the championship. She laughed louder. He burst out laughing too. They hugged each other and laughed till their sides hurt. Finally their laughter subsided, and they just hugged. She felt so warm against him. He'd never have to buy an electric blanket as long as he had her, and that would be forever. She unbuttoned his shirt and laid her cheek on his chest. I'm worried, she whispered. Don't be. I can't help it. Rocky ran his hand through her hair, then began singing. Shabloop, bloop, shabloop, bloop, ooh. Here am I, and so are you. Oh, that's terrible. What is it? I only have eyes for you. Shabloop, bloop. Not so loud, Adrian laughed. What are you doing? Being romantic. Shabloop, bloop. That's your part. Come on. Shabloop, bloop. Rocky, please, you'll wake the baby. Shabloop, bloop. God forgive me, Adrian said stiffly. Shabloop, bloop. That's good, but shabloop ain't correct. It's shabloop. Sorry. Shabloop, bloop. Ooh. Rocky grabbed a hairbrush from her table and crooned into it like a microphone. But I only have eyes for you. He paused, his face puzzled. Adrian waited a moment, then shrugged and sang. Shabloop, bloop. Well? I don't know no more of the composition. Maybe we're lucky. Very lucky. Very lucky, Adrian whispered, putting her mouth over his. Chapter 4. The night of the fight it was clear and warm in Philadelphia. A quarter moon flanked by myriad stars shone down on the Spectrum's imposing facade. The brilliantly lit marquee read, City Youth League presents Battle of Champions, Rocky Balboa versus Thunderlips. Jovial customers jostled each other as they waited in the busy lines stretching from the ticket windows. There was an electricity in the air, but it was devoid of tension. This was a battle of champions, not a championship battle. No one was going to be crowned or dethroned tonight. The bettors were conspicuous by their absence. This was good, clean fun. Family night. Rocky's dressing room was bursting with well-wishers. Tony Gazzo, Rocky's ex-employer, was there looking as dapper as ever with his ever-present bodyguard standing by his side like a glum cigar-store Indian. Paulie had ducked into a commode stall and locked it as soon as Tony had entered the room. They had a small financial difference that Paulie felt it would be inappropriate to discuss at this time. Father Carmine came in and gave Rocky his blessing, but he left soon after. His presence seemed to inhibit the rest of the company. Rocky wondered whether it was fair to have a priest's blessing in a charity match, but then he figured you should take any blessings you can get. Rudy, the news vendor, had been in earlier, but now he was out hawking his wares to the incoming crowd. Some of the boys from Goldmill's gym crowded around Rocky as Mickey taped his hands. They were proud of Rocky. He had pounded the same speed bags, tossed the same medicine balls, skipped the same ropes as they had. And he had won. He was the champ. They had shared the same dream, and when his dream came true, the aspirations of every one of them had been validated. It was possible. The 1-in-a-million long shot could pay off. They weren't fools or suckers. They were underdogs on their way to being contenders. Sometimes when they awoke in the middle of the night and looked around their cockroach-infested rooms, wondering who they were or why they were, it helped to think of Rocky. He gave them a point of focus. In most cases, that was a lot more than anybody else had ever given them. Thunderlips fights like a pig. He pulls your hair. He gouges you in the eyes. I saw him tear Irish O'Toole's shorts off. You gotta watch him, keep moving around him, jabbing, jabbing, jabbing. Don't let him get his hands on you. Knock his hair off. All the words of encouragement and advice were accompanied by a smile or a quick pat on the shoulder. Rocky was gratified by their presence and returned their greetings warmly. Some of them he hadn't seen in years. Mike, the cleanup man, filed by with a little more gray in his bristly, flat-top styled hair. Spider Rice shuffled past, shy and hesitant. Joe Zack was beginning to look more and more like the bartender he was rather than the hungry club fighter he had been. Even the Big Dipper stopped by to muss Rocky's hair and wish him luck. Change, Rocky mused. Constant change. When Rocky was getting his first shot at Apollo Creed, the Big Dipper had hated his guts. He had tried to sabotage one of Rocky's press conferences. Now that old animosity was dead and buried. Enemies and allies were constantly shifting forces. "Get out of here, you bums! My fighter can't get no air!" Mickey yelled. "Get him out of here, Paulie!" Mickey looked around when he got no response. "Where is Paulie?" "I don't know," Rocky answered. "Yeah, where is he?" Tony Gazzo asked. "Paulie!" Rocky shouted. "To heck with him," Mickey said, finishing taping Rocky's fists. He turned and, arms spread, started ushering everybody out. "Enough is enough," he announced. "We need time alone." Reluctantly, everybody filed out amidst a cacophony of encouragement. Tony Gazzo was the last one out. He took one final cursory look around the room, then exited. Mickey slammed the door behind him. "Maybe we should have served tea," Mickey growled. "Paulie, where are you?" Mickey paced the room, furiously slamming lockers. "He's too big to get in one of those," Rocky laughed. I know. I'm just agitated." A toilet gurgled loudly as it flushed. Then Paulie strolled casually out of the commode stall. "Somebody looking for me?" he asked innocently. "Help me with my gloves," Rocky interjected before Mickey could explode. Mickey boiled for a moment, then, after a long, meaningful look from Rocky, dropped down to a simmer. He had always known there was a reason he hadn't married. Now he realized there was a multitude of them. "When am I going to talk to Thunderlips, Mickey?" Rocky queried. "What about?" "What we're going to do in the ring. We haven't practiced. The least we should do is talk it over." "Maybe he don't want to talk," Paulie volunteered. "Shut up," Mickey snarled, "and watch those gloves. You're gonna cut his circulation off." Rocky almost burst out laughing at the way Mickey was pacing around the room, his face tense with concern. Poor Mickey. Born to worry. Hadn't he ever watched a wrestling match? This was gonna be as easy as 1, 2, 3. But Rocky was a little bothered that he and Thunderlips hadn't gotten together and worked out some kind of game plan. He really wanted the show to look good. Like everything else in life, being a slave girl had its pros and cons. The money was good, the costumes were glamorous, and the huge raucous crowds were stimulating, to say the least. Then there was Thunderlips, the boss. Daphne and Dora had been slave girls for over 2 years. Doreen had been the original slave girl, back in the days when Thunderlips had been known as Macho Mountain and played state fairs throughout the Midwest. The 3 women paced nervously in the dressing room. Doreen checked her watch, then knocked loudly on the door with a glittering star nailed to it. "Knock it off!" a muffled voice yelled from the other side of the door. "Come on, it's time!" Doreen yelled back. "Just a minute. I need to brush my hair again. I can't do a damn thing with it today." The women groaned in unison and simultaneously lit cigarettes. What had started out as a small pansy of vanity in Thunderlips had over the years blossomed into a raging sunflower of narcissism. He was in love with himself. It was a miracle that he managed to drag himself from the mirror into the ring. Doreen checked her watch again and shook her head. They all took a deep puff from their cigarettes. Soon the dressing room resembled a fog bank. Being a slave girl wasn't as much fun as a lot of people thought. Inside the auditorium, vendors were moving up and down the aisles, selling peanuts, beer, popcorn, soda pop. Lines of patient fathers holding onto squirming sons had already formed at the restrooms. Cigarette smoke drifted up toward the ceiling and settled on the inexpensive higher seats. Soon most of the auditorium would be engulfed in it. Every now and then there would be scattered applause and whoops of recognition as a celebrity was seated down in the expensive ringside seats. The air of anticipation increased as the minutes moved slowly by. Ringside photographers jockeyed for space, experimenting with different angles and sorting out their equipment. Halburn and White, two sports commentators for a local Philadelphia television, sat next to the ring, watching the activity with bemused expression. They had long since graduated from that turmoil. Television plus commentator equaled status. It was an equation they had worked hard for and appreciated. The cameraman raised his hand. Halburn and White hurriedly put on their headsets. The cameraman dropped his hands. Behind him, a bank of monitors flashed a picture of the two commentators on the screens. "Good evening, one and all," Halburn began. "Tonight we have a most unlikely match. Boxer against wrestler, with all the proceeds going to local charity. The champion, the one and only Rocky Balboa, is entering the auditorium. He seems relaxed." Flanked by security guards, Rocky and his entourage sauntered down the center aisle. Fans waved and yelled at Rocky. Smiling, he held his arms above his head. A huge roar resounded from the spectators. Paulie jumped up and down, his hands clasped together in a victory grip. The fans continued to roar. They loved it. Mickey looked as if he wanted to go back and look for something he had forgotten in the locker room, but he grimly plunged forward. "Indeed," chimed in White. "Like he's on his way to a picnic. This man is a fighting champion with 10 title defenses to his credit since upsetting the great Apollo Creed several years ago." The referee held the ropes open as Rocky climbed into the ring. Rocky thanked the referee, then helped Mickey into the ring. Paulie grabbed the corner post and swung up with an assist from Al, the cut man. "Want a beer or something?" Paulie joked to Rocky. "Not while I'm working." All of a sudden there was a commotion outside the ring. Electric flashes popped away like mad as the photographers hurriedly snapped pictures. Rocky turned in time to see Clubber Lang push his way through and step up to the ringside. Photographs of Clubber made him look mean, but in person he emitted a blunt, horrifying brutality. His eyes were dark and cruel. Sweat beaded on the broad planes of his face. The dark bristles of his mohawk hairstyle sprouted from his otherwise shaved head like an upturned scimitar. He scowled at the people surrounding him, and they involuntarily drew back. Rocky leaned casually against the top rope. This was one of the wonderful things about the sports business. Every day, a new show, never a boring moment. Clubber raised his fist and shook it angrily at Rocky. "Hey, boy, soon you're gonna be mine, hear?" Rocky started doing deep knee bends, still hanging onto the ropes. "He ain't nothin'," Clubber addressed the crowd. "I'm the real champion." Mickey rushed forward, stuck his head between the ropes, and yelled, "Get the hell out of here!" Clubber wheeled back toward the ring. "I ain't going nowhere. When you want to have that punk fight me, old man?" Rocky stopped exercising and leaned over Mickey. "Any time," Rocky said. Mickey glared at Rocky, then pushed him back, motioning for him to continue the warm-up exercises. Rocky reluctantly started in on some jumping jacks and stretching moves. Mickey stuck his head back through the ropes and jammed his nose to within an inch of Clubber's perspiring face. He stared deep into Clubber's eyes, then growled, "When I feel like it, get lost." A fine spray of his spit misted onto Clubber's face. Clubber didn't blink. His body went rigid, and he stood perfectly still, not even breathing. Mickey glared at him as if he were ready to jump out of the ring and eat him. Clubber forced himself to relax, even forming a slit of a smile. "Okay, old man. Soon. Real soon." Clubber spun on his heel and stalked away. White jumped out of his chair with a microphone in his hands and scurried after Clubber. Mickey walked over to Rocky and began rubbing his shoulders. Rocky looked at him, puzzled. "When we gonna fight him?" "When the time is right," Mickey answered.
when the time is right."
Rocky could sense the evasiveness in Mickey's voice, but before he could question him on it, Mickey walked away to confer with Al. Something was wrong. Mickey was holding back on him. What was the problem? White led Clubber back to his partner, Halburn. Clubber seated himself in the chair between them, confident and relaxed. He had been interviewed before. He had learned to use the camera, to make it his friend. The red light on the camera went on. On cue, Clubber tensed. "Seated next to me is perhaps Rocky Balboa's next legitimate opponent, #1 ranked from Chicago, Clubber Lang. What happened out there just now? Were there words between you and the champ?" Halburn asked, handing the microphone over to Clubber.
"I should be up there," Clubber yelled ferociously into the mic. "Not some wrestler. Balboa has no dignity. I want the fool bad."
"Are any contracts being drawn, Clubber?"
"I don't know about contracts, but I do know nobody is better than me, and I will never take no for an answer. The longer I have to wait, the worse his beating's gonna be."
During this speech, Clubber Lang leaned closer and closer to the camera, looking meaner and meaner with every word. He managed this feat without squinting his eyes, flaring his nostrils, tightening his jaw, or baring his teeth. He simply exuded meanness. Halburn grabbed his microphone back before it was digested. Rocky bounced back to his corner, apparently not too concerned about the night's events. Mickey ended his conversation with Al and watched Rocky dancing around like a kid without a care in the world. He walked over to Rocky and took the champ's robe off. He handed it to Al, who handed it to Paulie, who walked around with it for a minute before depositing it outside the ring near their corner.
"I'm old,"
Mickey began.
Rocky nodded. "But I'm still curious about some things in life," Mickey continued bravely. "Like what goes on in your head. Any normal functions?"
"A few."
"Can't be, 'cause to fight this creature you gotta have about 100 pounds of brain damage. I seen some wrestlers who were bigger than a dinosaur. Ever fight a dinosaur, kid?"
"No."
"Well, don't expect to, neither. They cause a variety of damage, none of it constructive."
Rocky tapped Mickey playfully on the jaw. "This pep talk has done me a world of good, Mick. Thanks." Paulie hauled the water bucket into the ring. The expression of his face made it clear what he thought of any form of manual labor, even this. "How you doing, Paulie?" Rocky asked. Paulie turned, plastering a big smile on his face, and hoisted the bucket chest high, spilling water over the edges.
"Great! You got any classier-looking buckets?"
Rocky laughed and turned to the audience, his eyes searching. A multitude of faces stared back at him. A sea of grins, scowls, up-tilted beer bottles, fat cigars poked between fatter cheeks, nylons disappearing into the Netherlands of conspicuously exposed thighs, candy bars being jammed into pimpled faces. For a brief moment, Rocky felt real panic as he looked at the squirming throng. There were just so damn many of them. What if they turned on him and became a howling mob? He imagined the headlines. Heavyweight champion torn to pieces by frenzied fans. Anything for charity. He shook his head. This match might be a joke, but he'd better start getting some concentration together. His eyes found Adrian and Rocky Jr. 4 rows back from ringside. Adrian couldn't force herself to sit any closer to the ring. She was traumatized by the idea of blood splattering on her. Rocky Jr. squirmed anxiously in his seat, a 3-year-old bundle of energy. Rocky still felt a sense of awe when he looked at him. He could hardly believe that he and Adrian had made this third entity, a new life, a being who every day showed Rocky new wonders. Adrian looked up and saw Rocky looking at her. She smiled and waved. She pulled on his arm and Rocky Jr. waved too. Rocky smiled and waved back. He was a lucky man, and he knew it. A mounting symphony of boos began to resound through the arena. Rocky snapped out of his reverie. The noise continued to escalate. Halburn twisted in his seat to get a better look at the rear of the arena. The wrestling champion of the world now moves toward the ring, known only as the Incredible Thunderlips. He is a truly awesome sight, an interesting match, but once a boxer is grabbed, it's all over, folks. Certainly is, White added. How much would you take to get in the ring with Thunderlips? Let's start with Fort Knox, Halburn laughed. Well, folks, it's David and Goliath time. At first all that was visible was a mass of shimmering blonde hair towering above the surging crowd. As the entourage neared ringside, the security personnel held back the crowd, and Thunderlips became fully visible. He was over 7 feet tall. The shimmering blonde hair turned out to be a white, wide-brimmed hat, partially covering a golden mane that flowed to the shoulders. Huge mirrored sunglasses hid his eyes, and a white satin cape billowed behind him. In his hand he gripped a white whip. Behind him, Daphne and Dora held up the ends of the cape. Doreen followed, fanning him with ostrich plumes. The slave girls were smiling. Thunderlips scowled. The fans roared louder. Thunderlips scowled more. There was nothing that he liked better than a successful entrance. Mickey was transfixed. Polly almost dropped his bucket. Al looked as if he didn't believe what he was seeing, but after he shook his head, the vision was still there. Rocky was speechless, and he had thought Apollo Creed was the consummate showman. Move over, Apollo.
"Let's call it off," Mickey croaked.
"Come on, it's for charity," Polly said, his eyes soaking up every last detail of the none-too-detailed slave girl outfits. He figured he could cover as much territory with both hands and his hat.
"You're wearing your anatomy out for charity. No one else would do this much for charity,"
Mickey said to Rocky. "Bob Hope would," Rocky answered. "That's true," Polly confirmed, then looked again at the massive Thunderlips. "Why are they carrying him?" "He's walking." Polly absorbed this information in silence, then whispered, "Better call Bob Hope." Dora and Daphne flung themselves down on the ropes like soldiers flattening concertina wire. Thunderlips stepped over them into the ring. In the aisle he had looked awesome. Now, up close, he was overwhelming, a mountain of hard, sculpted flesh. Thunderlips strode over to the microphone.
"To all my love slaves out there, Thunderlips is here."
The arena erupted into ear-splitting boos, sprinkled with cheers.
"In the flesh, babies!"
He unraveled the whip and cast a scornful look at Rocky.
"The ultimate male specimen!"
Then, pointing toward Rocky,
"versus the ultimate meatball!"
The roar from the arena was deafening. Doreen held up a mirror in front of Thunderlips. He took off his hat and sailed it toward his corner. It hooked on the ring post and settled down gracefully. Daphne and Dora removed his cape and carefully folded it. Thunderlips checked himself out in the mirror. Satisfied that he was perfection personified, he cracked the whip against the apron, making a loud snapping sound, and snapped it at Doreen as she scurried away with the mirror. Adrian cringed in her seat. All her worst fears had come true. What was her Rocky doing in the ring with an animal like that? If they wanted a fair fight, why didn't they give Rocky a pistol, a stool, and a whip? She groaned softly. Rocky Jr. turned and looked at her, his eyes wide with wonder. People were sure acting strange tonight. What was it all about? Why were they there? Why wasn't Daddy holding him? Things were happening here that he was having a hard time understanding. But it was exciting. Noise and colors and smells. He gripped Adrian's hand. She returned the pressure and forced a smile. He turned back to the ring. Everything was okay now. Polly moved close to Rocky.
"How do you fight a person like that?"
Rocky turned to Mickey. "How do you fight a person like that?" Mickey turned to Al.
"You got a hatchet?"
"No hatchet, Mick." Mickey turned back to Rocky.
"I'm out of ideas."
Rocky looked at Polly and shrugged. Polly nodded knowingly while his brow furrowed in puzzlement. The ring announcer walked stiffly to the middle of the ring and pulled the microphone down. He nodded at the timekeeper, who in turn rang the bell. The decibel level of the crowd fell. "Welcome, one and all, to this evening's grand and unusual event," the announcer began, "with all the proceeds going to the city's youth foundations. Without further delay, the last match in this card, a 15-minute time limit between two great athletes." The crowd burst into cheers. The vibrations of thousands of stamping feet rocked the auditorium. Rocky looked down at ringside. His eyes locked with that of Clubber Lang. Clubber's smoldered with hatred. Rocky stared back at him, knowing it was childish, but reluctant to give Clubber any satisfaction. Clubber slowly held his fist up in a subdued but effective gesture. Clubber Lang and Thunderlips were making Apollo Creed seem like a sane, conservative opponent. Inside his boxing glove, Rocky gave Clubber the finger. It seemed appropriate. "In the white corner," the announcer continued, "an incredible sight, standing over 7 feet and weighing 390 pounds, the undisputed champion of the wrestling world, a man who calls himself the ultimate object of desire, the mountain of molten lust, the one, the only, Thunderlips." Judging from the reaction of the crowd, any friends that Thunderlips had been left at home. Boos and catcalls boomed out as people jumped to their feet, yelling. Thunderlips soaked it up like sunshine. His scowl changed to a beatific smile. He snapped his fingers, and the slave girls rushed to him like lead filings to a magnet.
"Eat your hearts out," he yelled, fondling the girls. "You're all trash. I am the king, the ultimate."
The announcer held his hand up for quiet. The crowd continued to screech and howl. He motioned once again to the timekeeper. The bell sounded several times before the announcer could make himself heard. "In the black corner, the slugger from Philly, a fighter known all over the globe as the Italian Stallion." Rocky leaned close to Mickey's ear and whispered, "How much do you think he eats?"
"About 202 pounds, Mickey answered.
"Weighing," the announcer continued, 202 pounds, the reigning heavyweight champion of the world, Rocky Balboa." The crowd roared its approval. Wave after wave of applause washed through the arena. Popcorn boxes and empty peanut bags began flying through the air. Adrian applauded until her hands hurt, but the tense look of concern never left her face. Rocky Jr. put his hands over his ears. If his mother hadn't been beside him, this might have been frightening. As it was, he mostly felt bewildered. Adrian lifted him from his seat and transferred him to her lap. They both felt better. The referee, a squat burly man with a nose like the young Dempsey's, waved the combatants to the center of the ring. A hush fell over the arena. People settled back in their seats, many using the lull to place last-minute orders for beer. Thunderlips disengaged himself from the slave girls and combed his hair one last time.
"Yo, ask him if he wants some lipstick," Paulie chortled.
"Shut up! You want to get him mad?" Mickey hissed. Then he and Rocky walked to the center of the ring. Thunderlips handed Doreen his comb, then lumbered out to meet them with long, foreboding strides. Standing beside Thunderlips, Mickey began to understand how the Munchkins had felt when Dorothy landed. Rocky looked up at Thunderlips. If this match lasted too long, he was going to get a permanent crick in his neck. "All right," the referee began. "You guys know this is for fun, so take it easy and give him a good show."
"What about rules?" Mickey asked. "I don't hear nothing about rules."
Thunderlips laughed. It sounded more like a bark. "You tell me. I've never refereed anything like this. Nobody has, 'cause there haven't been any before."
"I'll tell you the rules,"
Thunderlips said. Everyone looked at him expectantly.
"We kick ass and break balls."
Silence. Rocky could hear the sweat sliding down Mickey's back. The referee cleared his throat nervously. "Let's just get this thing started. You guys shake hands and have fun." Rocky extended his hand. Thunderlips looked at it like it was a pump handle. "After the match, how about we take a Polaroid together?" Rocky asked.
"You're in big trouble,"
Thunderlips said quietly. Thunderlips reached out, but instead of shaking hands, he slammed Rocky in the chest, shoving him away. The crowd booed angrily. Thunderlips bared his teeth in a scowl and stomped back to his corner. Rocky slowly lowered his hand as Mickey pulled him back to their corner.
"Fun, huh? Having a good time?"
Mickey asked sarcastically. Then his tone softened.
"Listen, you done well for yourself. Don't let this guy destroy your life. Keep away. Move around the ring."
"He is the ring," Paulie interjected. A glacial look from Mickey silenced him. "It's going to be okay," Rocky said. Mickey sighed, then nodded agreement. After tapping Rocky's gloves for good luck, he slipped out of the ring, followed by Polly and Al. Rocky suddenly felt very lonely in the ring. Adrian waved to him. Rocky Jr. bounced up and down on her lap. He smiled at her. She blew him a kiss. There was a desperate look in her face that reminded Rocky of the way wives always looked in World War II movies as they said goodbye to their husbands who were shipping overseas. Geez, Rocky was beginning to feel creepy. He jumped up and down, shaking the tension out of his muscles. The bell rang. Rocky made the sign of the cross.
"I get nervous every time he does that," Mickey muttered.
Suddenly, Thunderlips charged across the ring in a burst of speed. It looked to Rocky like an enraged white buffalo zooming at him. He barely had time to sidestep, much less land a blow. Thunderlips whooshed by him and slammed into the ropes, hard. Rocky danced out into the center of the ring. Thunderlips angrily disentangled himself from the ropes and stalked toward Rocky. "You're pretty fast for a bigger-than-average guy," Rocky said amiably. Thunderlips circled him warily. "Let's just move around a little and give them a show," Rocky continued, smiling. "You chase me, then I'll chase you, all right? Fair enough?" They continued to circle each other in the middle of the ring, Rocky bouncing lightly on his feet, Thunderlips moving, cautiously, in a flat-footed style. Unconsciously they began to fall into a rhythm. 2 steps this way, 2 steps that way, now a little shuffle. It was a nice, quiet dance, one that Rocky could have done all night. The audience began to jeer and taunt Thunderlips. It was obvious that he should be the aggressor. Thunderlips' face tightened as the insults became more audible and frequent. Doreen looked apprehensively at Daphne and Dora. They all wanted a nice, simple, no-bullshit match where they could go home with every sequin on their costumes intact. If Thunderlips got mad, things might not happen that way. Thunderlips roared and lunged headfirst into Rocky's midsection. The impact sent Rocky sailing into the ropes. As he bounced back, Thunderlips walloped him with a forearm smash. Rocky flopped back on the ropes, his arm and leg tangled between the strands. Thunderlips crawled on top of him and delivered another thunderous forearm smash, then another, then another. Rocky was bouncing like a tetherball. He freed himself from the ropes, but he was still having a hard time warding off the blows. Mickey yelled at the referee, "Stop this damn thing!" The referee seemed concerned about the beating, but showed no inclination to stop it. Paulie watched in disbelief. "Is that for real?" he asked. "It's too real!" Mickey roared. Adrian couldn't believe her eyes. Was that really her husband trapped under that raging mass of flesh? She didn't want to look, but she couldn't tear her eyes away. Thunderlips continued to pulverize Rocky. Adrian screamed. Rocky Jr. looked up at her in surprise. Nobody was acting right. He was beginning to wish he was at home in his crib. Adrian screamed louder. Halburn's cool professional demeanor was gone as he screamed into his microphone, "Balboa is in great pain! This is no joke!" "I never expected to see anything like this tonight," White added. "Or wanted to! This is crazy!" Thunderlips felt the power flowing through his body like electricity. This was his night. He could do no wrong. He smashed another forearm into Rocky's face. He was going to turn the heavyweight champion of the world into cherry pudding. "Think it's all fake?" he yelled. Rocky knew something was being shouted at him, but he couldn't decipher the words. The whole world seemed to be a barrage of forearms smashing into him. Maybe this fight hadn't been such a great idea. From here on in, he was going to pay more attention to what Mickey said. A crushing series of blows slammed into Rocky's midsection. "I've had it! This time nothing is fake!" Thunderlips grabbed Rocky by the hair, pulled him to a standing position, and delivered another devastating forearm smash. "Tonight you'll see the real king of the jungle!" He grabbed Rocky's limp body by the neck and legs and hoisted it above his head. Rocky squirmed, helpless as a pinned insect. Thunderlips strutted around the ring, exhibiting Rocky like a prize trophy. "I am the man! I can tear him apart!" The crowd exploded in a loud series of boos. Popcorn filled the air like confetti. Doreen quietly took Thunderlip's hat from the ringside post and put it on top of his cape. It was always good to have things together in case of an emergency exit. An orderly life, Doreen thought as she smoked her filter tip, is a good life. Adrian put her hands over Rocky Jr.'s eyes, then thought better of it, and put them over her own eyes. Rocky could see a small bald spot starting on the top of Thunderlip's head, but this hardly seemed the time to mention it to him. Maybe once he got his feet back on the ground. Thunderlips felt magnificent as he held Rocky aloft. This was the way life should be, he thought, full of gusto and good times. He strode over to the side of the ring and glared at the angry spectators.
"I'm the most spectacular specimen in the world," Thunderlips bellowed. "You want this punching bag? You want him? You got him!"
Grunting slightly from the exertion, Thunderlips tossed Rocky out of the ring into the audience. Rocky sailed through the air and crash-landed into a panicked row of spectators. Shouts of pain and fear erupted. Chairs were torn out of their moorings. Bodies tumbled every which way. Mickey trembled with anger.
"You lousy ape bum!" he shouted.
Thunderlips smiled at him. Mickey grabbed the bucket from Polly and threw it. Thunderlips batted it away with a casual swing of his arm. He broke into laughter. This was a lot more fun than he had expected. Adrian peeked between her fingers. She couldn't see Rocky in the ring. She dropped her hands from her face. Mickey was in the ring, shaking with rage. Polly was hanging on to him, pulling him back to the corner. Thunderlips was running around the ring, cheering. Something was wrong. Where was Rocky? Rocky struggled out from under a pile of bodies. Everything seemed foggy to him. Grasping the back of the seat in front of him, he pulled himself up to his knees, then rose shakily to his legs. He shook his head to clear things up, but all it did was make his brain reverberate with pain. A beer bottle flew into the ring and bounced off Thunderlips' shoulder. He spun in the direction of the throw. More debris started hitting him from all directions. He stomped around the ring, panting with anger.
"I can tear anything apart. Compared with me, you're all stinking, puny worms. Worms! Now you got me mad. I'm gonna drag him down the aisle like a dirty rag, you worms."
Thunderlips charged toward the ropes. The referee waved his hand and stepped in front of him in an effort to block his way. Thunderlips knocked the referee down without seeming to notice him. The referee hit the apron face first, decided that discretion was the better part of valor, closed his eyes, and feigned unconsciousness, a state he truly wished he had reached.
"Weakling! Balboa, I'm coming after you!"
Thunderlips bellowed. "The referee is down! The arena security men are rushing to stop this slaughter!" The sports commentators were both yelling at the same time, but nobody was paying any attention to them, so it didn't matter anyway. Thunderlips stepped through the ropes and stood on the edge of the apron. Below him, a cordon of uniformed security men waited. Without further hesitation, he jumped down and started punching at the wall of blue. "Somebody should stop this," Halburn appealed to the camera. "This is a disgrace. This fundraising stunt has become a very dangerous brawl." White edged into the picture. "The fans are outraged. Somebody should put a stop to this." A security man suddenly flew past the commentators, completely airborne. Both men blanched enough so that it was noticeable on black and white sets. "Oh my God," they groaned in unison. Leaning on chairs and bodies, Rocky staggered down the row toward the aisle. The frenzied crowd cheered him on. Polly jumped down from the ring and ran to meet him. Adrian watched in horror as Rocky careened into Polly's arms. "How you doing?" Polly asked, putting his arms around Rocky's shoulders. Rocky pushed Polly away and held up his gloves. "Cut these off," he demanded. "You finished?" "Just cut 'em off, Polly." Polly glanced around cautiously, then pulled a switchblade from his back pocket. The blade sprang out silently. Polly hesitated. Rocky glared at him. Polly started cutting the glove strings. Thunderlips flung several bodies out of his way. Through the clearing he had created, he could see Rocky. His face contorted in rage.
"Come here, worm! Face the king of the jungle!"
Thunderlips stampeded forward, but was intercepted by several helmeted city policemen. He struggled with them momentarily, then managed to shove them aside. Another cop crept up from behind and used his baton to land a clear blow on the wrestler's neck. Thunderlips shrugged in annoyance, then ripped the club out of the cop's hand. He broke it over his knee like a matchstick. The cop fled amidst catcalls from the spectators. Clubber Lang had been watching indifferently. Now his expression changed to one of awed regret. The odds of Balboa being around long enough to become his opponent were decreasing. Clutching her son tightly to her, Adrian sprang from her seat, her eyes wide with fear. "What is he doing?" she yelled. Halburn and White huddled together like a small wagon train under attack. Their normally expressionless faces were alive with fear and amazement as they watched the melee raging around them. "People are flying everywhere! Chairs flying everywhere! Teeth flying everywhere!" they shouted. Paulie tore the right glove off as he and Rocky approached the ring. Rocky urgently thrust his left hand out. In a second, that glove was off too. Thunderlips charged in Rocky's direction once more. Gloveless, Rocky climbed back into the ring. "Stay out, Rocky!" Adrian cried, but it was just one scream lost among many. Tears welled in her eyes. "Get out of there, you idiot!" Mickey screamed at Rocky. Rocky ignored Mickey. He looked down at Thunderlips, his face tight with rage. "Come on, pretty boy," Rocky said. "Come and get some." Enraged, Thunderlips grabbed the corner post and swung it up on the edge of the apron. He shook his mallet-sized fist at Rocky. "Hey, puny, you're gonna get stomped, man!" "Stomp," Rocky dared. "Come on." Thunderlips jumped over the ropes and advanced menacingly toward Rocky. He resembled a mobile skyscraper. Doreen picked up the hat and cape. They would be valuable memorabilia, proof that she had once had a flourishing career in show business. Daphne and Dora huddled next to her. Too bad she hadn't ever worked with a magician. A vanishing act would come in handy right now. Mickey was jumping up and down, screaming uncontrollably. "For God's sake, somebody get me a hatchet! Anything! A hammer! I don't care! Even another bucket! Just get me something!" Rocky was circling cautiously now. He'd abandoned his boxer's posture and was moving like a street fighter. Tensed, hands held low, eyes unwavering. Thunderlips looked confused by this change in strategy. Suddenly Rocky plowed into the giant with a savage flurry of blows to the body, then retreated as quickly as he had attacked. Thunderlips was stunned. Rocky did it again, burying his fists deep in the wrestler's midsection. The crowd roared its approval. "In and out! Keep moving! Run for your life!" Mickey shouted. "Get nasty, Rocco!" Paulie encouraged. Halburn and White watched, for once speechless. Thunderlips charged. Rocky sidestepped at the same time, delivering a devastating right to the giant's ribs. Thunderlips staggered, but maintained his balance. His lightning hands shot out and seized Rocky around the throat. He picked Rocky up off his feet and began to strangle him. Mickey jumped into the ring, his face crazed. "Somebody stop this! He's killing him! He's gonna—" Mickey felt a sharp pain shoot through his left side. A tingling ran from his neck down his left arm, followed by numbness. Time stopped, but the pain continued. He couldn't move the fingers on his left hand. He struggled for breath. Everything started to blur and go out of focus. His eyes went milky, and a rasping sound whistled out of his mouth. He slumped down on the stool, fighting for air. Al rushed over to him. Paulie leaped into the ring, fell, and picked himself up. Grabbing a nearby bucket, he raced to the struggling combatants. He slammed the bucket down on Thunderlip's head, again and again until the bucket was dented out of shape. Annoyed, Thunderlips released his grip on Rocky, dropping him to the apron. He turned to Paulie and snarled. Paulie snarled back. He felt an insane energy surging through him, yet at the same time he was oddly unaffected by the situation. He felt distant, removed, like he was watching himself in a dream. "I don't sweat you. Come on, I'll pull your eyes out." A chill swept through Paulie as he came back to reality and realized that those words had tumbled out of his mouth. Thunderlips lunged toward Paulie and grabbed him in a headlock. Paulie saw a huge fist swing toward him. As it connected, he felt a dull thud, heard a distant explosion, then everything went black. He fell to the ring floor, unconscious. The referee looked over at this new body lying next to him and wondered how many more neighbors he was going to get. Rocky was still down on one knee. Thunderlips climbed up on the side ropes, balanced momentarily, then leaped down at Rocky. Rocky surged up, his right fist exploding into the wrestler's falling solar plexus. Thunderlips howled as the breath rushed out of him. The crowd roared. Al gently applied an ice pack to the back of Mickey's neck. Mickey's breathing was still shallow, but stabilizing. Color was creeping back in his face. Thunderlips doubled over, his face grimacing in pain. Rocky stood over him, throwing blow after blow at the wounded giant. The wrestler staggered around in a confused circle. Rocky pounded on his back and desperately latched onto Thunderlips' tree-like neck.
"Ride 'em, kid. Ride 'em,"
Mickey whispered, his eyes brightening. Rocky hung on like a drowning man as Thunderlips violently thrashed around, gasping for air. The human mountain's movements became more panicky as Rocky tightened his grip. "Is Daddy having fun?" Rocky Jr. asked. "Of course," Adrian answered, covering her son's eyes. Paulie stirred and lifted his head up just in time to see the deadly duo staggering toward him. Paulie scurried toward the ropes, the referee right after him.
"Who needs this?"
Paulie yelled to anybody that would listen.
"Do I need this?"
Thunderlips was weaving, his footsteps unsure and sporadic. Rocky looked like he was on top of a giant tree in a windstorm. Thunderlips tumbled against the ropes, scraping Rocky off. The gagging monolith stumbled toward Rocky. Rocky stepped to the right, then pounded a barrage of punches into the wrestler's massive stomach. Thunderlips bent over in pain. "Rocky has the giant in real trouble," Halburn yelled, finding his voice again. Rocky slammed home a hook to the temple. A powerhouse left followed it. Thunderlips staggered forward.
"Knock his head off,"
Mickey yelled, pushing Al away. Rocky summoned all his strength, lifted his opponent into his arms, and dumped him over the ropes like Monday's garbage. The arena went berserk. Stunned, Thunderlips momentarily rested on the floor. Then he pushed up onto his hands and knees. Shaking his head, he rose unsteadily to his feet. He started to claw his way back into the ring. The buzzer sounded. The match was over. The announcer hurried into the ring. "The time is up! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a draw!" Thunderlips stopped in mid-stride and snapped his fingers. Daphne and Dora hurried over to him and draped the cape over his shoulders. Doreen handed the comb to him, then held up the mirror. Thunderlips proceeded to calmly comb his hair. Clubber Lang raced up the aisle to Rocky's corner.
"This is fake. Why don't you fight a man? When you gonna fight a man?"
"Any time," Rocky answered.
"You'll fight who I say,"
Mickey reminded Rocky, pulling him away from the corner.
"You ain't nothing until you fight me," Clubber declared. "Remember that. You ain't nothing till you do. Nothing."
Clubber turned and walked angrily away. Rocky stared at his retreating figure. He knew some things were inevitable. Clubber was one of them.
"You okay?"
Mickey asked, snapping Rocky out of his reverie. "Very large guy."
"Beautiful, Rocco. I'm impressed," Paulie chimed in.
"Very large guy." Adrian and Rocky Jr. were in the ring. Rocky hugged them. "Are you all right?" Adrian asked. "Wonderful." Thunderlips lumbered over, his slave girls in tow.
"Good match."
"Yo, why'd you get so crazy?" The wrestler furrowed his brow, genuinely puzzled.
"That's the name of the game."
"Forget it. Listen, while you're still calm, how about if we get that picture?"
"Sure, and my girls want your autograph too."
The slave girls beamed huge smiles. Thunderlips put his arm around Rocky's shoulder. Rubbing his bruised neck, Rocky turned to Thunderlips. "You know, sometimes charity really hurts."
"Yeah."
Al aimed the camera. Click. Chapter 5. The morning was clear and cloudless. The sun was just beginning to evaporate away the night's chill. Angry little cotton balls of smoke puffed out of the exhaust of the long gray limousine as it idled in front of Rocky's house. A neighbor across the street came out, picked up the newspaper, and stared curiously at the limo. The driver ignored him. He was used to being stared at. He had driven so many celebrities around that he almost felt like one himself. Still, Rocky Balboa was different. The driver had watched the match with Thunderlips, and he was looking forward to meeting Rocky. The driver got out, dusting cloth in hand, and critically surveyed the car. He carefully polished a smudge on the right front fender. It should be a nice, easy trip, too. No luggage. Just to the art museum and back. The kitchen occupies a place of prominence in an Italian household. In Rocky's house there were no huge pots of sauce simmering on the stove, filling the air with the good smells of Italian cooking, but that didn't make the kitchen any less important. Rocky sat at the table, flanked by his son and Paulie. Rocky Jr. was demolishing a bowl of Wheaties. Paulie, still dressed in pajamas, was drinking a beer while he perused the racing form. He kept folding the paper smaller and smaller as he finished each section. Rocky looked out of place as he sat at the head of the table, dressed in a three-piece suit, a book of nursery rhymes in his hand. "And this big bear says, 'Somebody's been sleeping in my bed.'" "Why did he say that?" Rocky Jr. asked, his mouth full of cereal. "Don't talk with your mouth full." The cereal was swallowed, the question repeated. The more Rocky Jr. learned about adults, the more he realized that there were times when they just had to be humored. "I guess he was upset," Rocky answered. "And the mama bear says, 'Somebody's been sleeping in my bed.'" "She was upset too?" "Absolutely. And the little kid bear, like you, he says—" "I like this part," Paulie interrupted. "And he says," Rocky continued, "'Somebody's sleeping in my bed, and there she is.' And this little bear, he whips off the blanket, thereby exposing Goldilocks to the public." Rocky Jr. waited, his spoon suspended midway between mouth and bowl. "Come on, keep eating your cereal before it sinks," Rocky ordered. Paulie looked up from his racing form and watched Rocky expectantly. Rocky Jr. knocked back another spoonful of Wheaties, then asked, "Then what happened to Goldilocks?" "I'm not too sure." "Busted for trespassing," Paulie guffawed, "and did 30 days in the joint." Rocky Jr. was suddenly very confused. What was trespassing? What was busted? Had somebody broken Goldilocks? Where was the joint? Sometimes his Uncle Paulie talked real strange. "Nice, Paulie," Rocky said. "I like it," Paulie said, still laughing. Mickey and Adrian entered the kitchen. Conversation stopped. Paulie even stopped laughing. Adrian looked beautiful. The customers from the Animal Town pet shop wouldn't have recognized her as the shy, mousy clerk who had waited on them 3 years ago. The glasses had been replaced by contacts. Her hair was stylish but simple. She no longer hid under a bulky sweater. Now she looked elegant in a matching jacket and skirt in warm earth tones. A big smile lit up Rocky Jr.'s face. Mickey looked nervous as he fidgeted in the doorway. His suit was pressed, but managed to look rumpled as it hung from his frail frame. He looked just like what he was, an old boxer in a new suit. Rocky was proud of them both. "Rocky, we better get going. The car's here," Adrian prompted. "Yeah, go on. Yez better get out of here," Paulie said. He reached across the table and mussed the child's hair. "Me and the kid will have a fun time." Paulie looked at his sister and nodded appreciatively. "Mrs. Stallion, you almost look pretty good." "Thanks, Paulie," Adrian responded warmly. She knew compliments were not something that her brother found easy to say. That made them dearer to her. "What about me?" Mickey asked. "You look real pretty too," Paulie quipped as he opened up another beer. "Everybody in this household looks pretty, 'ceptin' me." Paulie snapped the elastic waistband of his pajamas and belched for emphasis. His family knew that this was his backhanded method of fishing for a compliment. "Maybe you'll have to settle for character," Mickey growled quietly, like an old lion purring. Paulie beamed. His relationship with Mickey had picked up considerably since the Thunderlips match, but this was the first time anything like a compliment had been issued. Paulie was glad he'd attacked Thunderlips, even though he still thought of it as temporary insanity. "We'll be home early," Adrian said, taking Rocky's arm. "And don't give the kid any beer," Rocky added to Paulie. "If he don't pay for it, he's not getting it." "Paulie," Adrian cautioned. "Go on," Paulie laughed. "He's safe here." Mickey held the door open for Adrian and Rocky, then followed them out of the house. Paulie looked at his nephew.
It's you and me against the world now, kid.
Rocky Jr. chortled and waved his spoon in approval. Paulie poured some beer on the drying Wheaties, then leaned back and surveyed the racing form again.
Who do you like in the 7th?
The trio stood for a moment in silence, admiring the limousine. The driver hurried over and opened the rear passenger door. Rich leather upholstery peeked out at them. "Are you sure neither of you know what this is about?" Rocky asked. Mickey shook his head no. "No more than you," Adrian added. "Well, I guess we better find out then." Rocky ushered Mickey and Adrian into the car. The ride was pleasant and uneventful. Philadelphia looked different through the limo's tinted windows. Its harsh lines were softened, the noise and smells blocked out. It was like watching a silent movie. Garbage cans banged silently against the sidewalk. Lips moved frantically without emitting sounds. After the initial novelty wore off, Rocky felt uncomfortable with the distance that was being put between them and the rest of the world. He pushed the button near the door, and his window slid down. The street noises blasted in as fast as the air conditioning rushed out. Rocky settled back in his seat and took Adrian's hand. He liked to be able to hear and feel people. Maybe he wasn't a limo person. The limousine pulled in front of the Philadelphia Museum of Art. Rocky stared at the steps ascending to the museum. A rush of memories flooded over him. The first fight, Butkus. The second fight with kids following him like a Pied Piper. Adrian stroked his hand. She understood. The limousine took a side path and drove to the top of the stairs, parking in a row alongside several other limos. A high school bandleader raised his baton high in the air. Mickey, Adrian, and Rocky got out of the car. The baton came down with an imperious jerk. The marching band broke into music, and a crowd of several hundred people broke into enthusiastic applause. Mickey seemed on the verge of ducking back into the limousine, but Adrian hooked her arm through his, securing him. Rocky laughed and took Adrian's other arm.
"Whatever happened to quiet, tender moments?" Mickey mumbled.
Ahead of them, the mayor of Philadelphia stood behind a podium with the City of Philadelphia crest on it. He was flanked by the usual crowd of dignitaries who turn out for any and all occasions. Uniformed officers from the police and fire departments were sprinkled among the otherwise somberly attired retinue. Behind them loomed a huge object completely covered by black cloth. It had the general shape and form of an immense crucifix. In unison, the three took a deep breath, then bravely walked forward. The applause increased. The triad looked at each other in confusion that increased with each step. What was going on? And why did they seem to be the only people who didn't know the answer to that question? The mayor greeted them warmly, hugged Rocky and shook his hand, kissed Adrian on the cheek, and finally pulled Mickey's reluctant hand out of his suit pocket and shook it, too. Mickey eyed the dignitaries suspiciously. If this was going to turn into a reception line, he was going home. Rocky waved at the crowd. More applause. Adrian stared at the black cloth, fascinated by an idea that she was beginning to form in her head. What if... She smiled, pleased by the thought. Mickey looked puzzledly at Adrian's strange expression. The mayor held his arm up for silence, and the crowd settled down. "Every once in a while, a person comes along who defies the odds," the mayor began, "who defies logic and fulfills an incredible dream. On behalf of all the citizens of Philadelphia, and the many who have been touched by your accomplishments and your tireless participation in the city's main charity functions—" "Get to the punchline," Mickey grumbled under his breath as he fidgeted with his tie. Adrian continued to gaze at the black cloth, smiling softly. Rocky wished he were back in the gym. At least there he knew what was happening. "It is with tremendous honor that we present this memorial, which will always stand as a celebration to the indomitable spirit of man. Philadelphia salutes its favorite son, Rocky Balboa." Two museum attendants tugged at the cloth. To Adrian, it seemed that the cloth fell in slow motion. First she saw upraised gloves, then arms, then Rocky's head. The cloth caught on the shoulders momentarily, then dropped to the base of the statue. Now she could see every detail. It was a bronze statue of Rocky, beautiful, with his hands held high in victory. Rocky was stunned. There had to be a mistake. This must be some fighter who bore a striking resemblance to him. When it became evident that there was no denying the tribute, his heart pumped with emotion. The crowd oohed and awed its appreciation of the statue. "It's beautiful," Adrian whispered. "Definitely beautiful," Mickey conceded. Adrian hugged Rocky. "Can you believe it?" she asked, kissing him. He shook his head in wonder. The onlookers started applauding again. The mayor waved to Rocky. He hesitantly stepped forward, looking pleased but embarrassed. He glanced nervously at Adrian as he waited for the applause to die down. "Well," he began, but the microphone screeched, drowning out his voice. Rocky jumped. The spectators laughed. They loved it. "Well, what do you say to something like this? I can't believe it. My wife says she is proud of me. Well, I gotta say I'm proud of all of you. And the past 3 years this city that has really taken me, inside. Lately I've been thinking that I wouldn't do nothing to hurt this sport. I've been talking it over with my wife and manager, and I think that maybe it's time to step out, retire."
"Getting out while you can?"
a voice yelled from the crowd. Rocky's eyes searched the crowd.
"Don't give this sucker a statue, give him guts,"
the voice yelled again. This time Rocky located the direction of the yell. As he watched, the crowd split open, and Clubber Lang emerged, followed by his manager, Donut, a short, gruff, heavy-set man whose face looked as cruel and brutal as Clubber's.
"I told you I wasn't going away. You got your shot, I want mine."
Rocky was getting irritated. Everywhere he went, Clubber seemed to emerge, boiling with rage and shouting insults. Behind him he could hear the hasty murmurings of the mayor and his glad-handers. They had expected a nice, orderly, safe dedication, not a rowdy, shouting confrontation. Rocky could understand somebody aggressively seeking a title match, but this guy was acting like a bum.
"Why don't you get the hell out of here?"
Mickey screamed.
"I ain't gonna go nowhere, here? Now why don't you tell all these folks why you've been ducking me? Politics, man. This country wants to keep everybody down, keep them weak. They don't want a man like me to have the title, because I'm not a puppet or a fool like Balboa."
"You got a big mouth," Rocky snarled.
"Who you know gonna close it, fool?"
Rocky pushed the podium aside and started after Clubber, but Mickey and Adrian latched onto his arms, holding him back. "Rocky, please don't," Adrian pleaded.
"He's crazy. Don't listen to him,"
Mickey urged. Emboldened by the moment, Clubber stepped forward, edging closer to the podium. His angry face shone like a shiny bullet in the morning sun. He pointed his finger like a pistol at Mickey.
"The little man don't want to come to me. Then I come to these bums and lay out the truth. I'm ranked number 1. 1! That means I'm the best. But this bum has been taking the easy matches, fighting nobodies. I'm telling you and everybody here, I'll fight him anywhere, anytime, for nothing. I pay the freight."
The police glanced anxiously at the mayor, hoping for some indication of how to handle the situation. The mayor smiled broadly and motioned for everyone to relax. He was a boxing fan from way back. This was color, a great promotion for a great fight. He wasn't going to look foolish by declaring martial law.
"But you people ain't never gonna see me whip him, 'cause he's gonna retire," Clubber continued. "He don't fight no real men. You fight them set-ups."
"What?" Rocky squawked. The crowd began to boo and catcall at Clubber. It was like a repeat of the Thunderlips fight, with a minor change in principles. Clubber held up his hands in a victory sign. Loud jeers were heard.
"This guy's a disgrace to the sport,"
Mickey said, disgusted.
"Don't tell me what I am, old man. You and that chump don't know where I've had to come from."
Clubber turned to Mickey and Rocky.
"Your family doing real nice, ain't it? How about giving that chance to my family, here? You're a fighter? Prove it now. The way you've been ducking is a disgrace, man."
Rocky glared at Lang. He had been hungry once too, but he had never acted like this. Clubber turned to the crowd.
"If he ain't no coward, why don't he fight me?"
Good question, Rocky thought. He leaned over to Mickey. "I can't listen to this any more."
"Listen, Rocky," Mickey began.
"Hey, any time you want, Lang," Rocky said. But now Mickey was shouting at Clubber.
"I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what you're ranked. You don't deserve a shot."
Rocky was astonished. He couldn't believe his own ears. Why was Mickey backing away from a fight? Why was he letting this guy get away with calling him a coward in front of his own wife and half of Philadelphia? Right in front of his own statue, too. "What are you doing, Mick?" Rocky asked. Mickey ignored him and continued to harangue Clubber and his manager.
"You're the kind of guy who wrecks the sport. I said you don't deserve a shot, and I mean it."
Clubber's smile was wide and mean.
"I'm glad the people are seeing this. He owes me a shot. I work hard. I train hard. I deserve it. I'm just as good as any other man. Just want a chance to prove what I got. Don't judge me on my color or the way I look. Judge me on my character, on my content. Judge me on my desire, on my determination, on my pride."
It was a long speech, but not ineffective. A few mutterings of agreement could be heard in the audience. The mayor memorized a few of the key phrases. With a little reworking, they might be very useful. Character, content, pride, desire. All fail-safe slogans. Mickey still stared at Clubber, but now the fire had gone out of his eyes. He turned away, his eyes downcast. Rocky grabbed him by the arm. "What are you doing? I want to fight him."
"Then you got him, but you'll fight him without me."
"What?"
"I'm out. Finished. I don't want no more of this. No more."
Clubber strutted over to the press. Photographers clicked away and reporters gathered around. What had started out to be a good day had developed into a terrific day. This was better than a shootout, just short of a multiple murder.
"Look at your champion. Don't he embarrass you? Where's his guts? Go home, punk. Go hide."
Mickey walked away, looking as if he had aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes. Mickey wanted to go back home, crawl into bed, and pull the covers over his head. Rocky hurried after him and grabbed his arm again.
"No more,"
Mickey pleaded. Rocky turned him around and looked deep into his faded brown eyes, hoping to see something that would tell him this wasn't happening. Mickey couldn't be deserting him. For a moment neither of them spoke, then Mickey dropped his gaze.
"It's over,"
he said. "Then go on. I'll do it without you." Adrian couldn't let two men she loved hurt each other without trying to stop them. She ran toward them, moving past Clubber. He reached out and blocked her way with his arm.
"Hey, woman, listen up. Since your old man ain't got no heart, if you bring your pretty self to my room tonight, I'm gonna show you a real man."
Adrian knocked his arm away and tried to push past him. Rocky went berserk. He charged through the crowd. He grabbed Adrian and pushed her into Mickey's arms. Clubber was yelling and struggling to get at Rocky. The police went into action, rushing forward to separate the two fighters. Clubber was like an insane man.
"You're nothing, nothing,"
he yelled, the policeman hanging off his back. "You got it! You want it, you got it!" Rocky screamed, trying to get his hands around Clubber's throat.
"I want you so bad, so bad,"
Clubber moaned as the police dragged him away. The mayor made a sign to the band leader, and music drowned out the yells of the angry fighters. The crowd milled around, then began dispersing. The show was over. Rocky hugged Adrian to him, his chest heaving in rage. Behind them the statue towered, forever smiling and victorious, unconcerned with the problems of mere mortals. Chapter 6. Tension filled the limousine on the ride home. The driver avoided looking in the rearview mirror. He didn't want to make any eye contact. He just wanted to drop off this carload of trouble, hurry back to the office, and spread his gossip. Adrian wished Mickey had ridden with them instead of flagging a taxi. They had all come too far together to split up now. She shuddered as she thought of Clubber Lang. She hated the way he had violated the sense of security she had built up over the years. He had put her back in the pet shop, fearful for Rocky's safety. Rocky stared out of the window in silence. The dark tint suited his mood perfectly. Things had been going his way for so long that the morning's events had caught him completely off guard. A boxer should never let his guard down. It was a basic rule, as basic as Clubber Lang was. As the limo sped by, a newsie watched and envied its occupants. It must be nice to have it made. Rocky tipped the driver $20, then went into the house. Paulie was sprawled on the couch in the living room, a beer in one hand, Rocky Jr. cradled in the other arm. The TV blared aimlessly. "Yo, you're on the tube," Paulie said. Rocky glanced at the screen. He and Lang were shown in close-up, shouting at each other. The police were so energetic in their tug-of-war with the boxers that the camera jumped and jerked erratically. The resulting picture was hard to follow. Rocky was grateful for that. "What happened there?" Paulie asked. "Nothing. Nothing at all." "That's a lot of nothing." Adrian entered the room. "Is he here?" Rocky questioned. "In the bedroom." "Did you talk to him?" She shook her head and her voice quavered. "He doesn't want to talk." Rocky left the room and headed down the hallway toward Mickey's bedroom. "Isn't anybody going to tell me what's happening?" Paulie asked plaintively. Adrian burst into tears and fled the room. "Oh, crap," Paulie groaned. Rocky Jr. grabbed the beer bottle from Paulie's hand and put it to his mouth. Paulie laughed. Beer flowed over the kid's face. Mickey's battered suitcase was open on the bed. The faded travel decals on it gave a short history of his ring career. Camden, Westport, Perth Amboy, Scranton, brief stops in a career that had been more elusive than fulfilling. But it had been Mickey's dream, and he had tried for it. It had left him with no more regrets than a family and a steady job would have. Mickey rolled a pair of socks together, military fashion, and tossed them into the suitcase. Rocky stood framed in the doorway, watching. Mickey, pretending not to notice, folded a shirt. "Why'd you leave me there? Why'd you walk away like that?" Mickey carefully placed the shirt in the open suitcase. "Life's too short, kid." Rocky walked in and examined the suitcase. "Where are you going?" "Permanent vacation." "We got one more fight." "Not me. You." Rocky slammed the suitcase shut. He couldn't keep the look of betrayal out of his face as he stared at Mickey. "Why are you doing this?" "'Cause you can't win," Mickey answered calmly. Rocky stood there with his mouth open as if he were catching flies. That was the last answer in the world he had expected. If that's the way Mickey was going to be, maybe Rocky wouldn't ask any more questions. He moved away from the suitcase, his face pensive. "Kid, he'll beat you to death inside of 3 rounds, Mickey said quietly. His voice was weary. He was weary. He just wanted to be left alone with his memories. "How can you know that?" "I know." "He's just another fighter." "He ain't just a fighter," Mickey yelled, exasperated. "He's a wrecking machine, and he's great at it, I know. While you been out getting awards, I've been watching this pug come up the ranks, and he's got it all. He's hungry. Hell, you ain't been hungry since you won the belt." "Hungry? What are you talking about? I've had 10 title defenses." "They were easy." "What do you mean, easy?" "Hand-picked, kid." "Setups?" Rocky asked, his voice suddenly hard and curt. "No setups," Mickey explained patiently. "Good fighters, but not with killers who could knock you in forever, like this guy." Rocky was shaken. He had prided himself on being a fighting champion. It had made the carnival of awards and banquets bearable. Now he felt hollow inside. Everything had been phony, a charade. "Why? Why'd you do it?" "The beating you took from Apollo Creed should have killed you. After that, my job was to keep you winning and healthy." Rocky didn't feel grateful. He felt disgusted. Mickey looked at him, pleading for understanding. "Kid, ya were a great fighter, but your prime is over. Finished. Your heart ain't in it no more. Hell, you spend more time at banquets than banging the bag. You become a business, Rock, advertising everything like you was a billboard. You had a face made all nice and new. You talk better.
You just ain't got the taste for leather no more. Real fightin' ain't in you no more. Ain't been the last year. And it shouldn't be. You done what you set out to do. So now it's time to plan on what you're gonna do for the rest of your life.
Rocky slumped down on the bed. His world had changed so drastically in the last 5 minutes that he felt the need for some support. Yo, the legs always go first on a fighter. That was such a bizarre thought that he almost laughed. You really don't think I got nothing left? Mickey sat down close beside him.
3 years ago you were supernatural, hard and nasty with a cast iron jaw. You lived fightin', but the worst thing that could happen to a fighter happened to you. You just got civilized.
Mickey patted Rocky's leg. It was a gesture he had made many times during the years, but he had never meant it more sincerely. Everything he had done had been for Rocky's own good. It was important that Rocky understand that.
I'll call the papers and tell 'em it's off. You're retiring, Mickey continued.
Rocky stood up, his face set, determined. I can't retire knowing all this. I can't.
Don't push it.
You've been carrying me.
Protecting, not carrying. Everybody you fought was legit. You got nothing to be thinking about.
But I am thinking. I'm thinking everything Clubber said was right.
Right's nothing but a word.
Hard to talk without words, Mick. Mickey jumped up and started pacing the room. I want this fight, Rocky said firmly. He could sense his old friend Mick beginning to give in.
We don't need it.
I'll live in the gym.
We don't need it.
I do, Rocky pleaded. I'm asking you to hang with me one last time. Mickey looked at the doleful expression on Rocky's face. A dog with worms looked happier. Mickey lowered his head and thought, maybe it's either shoot him or let him box. What does it matter when the result's the same? Rocky went over to Mickey's suitcase. If you don't, I'm going to tell everybody you ain't bought a new pair of underwear in 10 years. Mickey smiled.
You would, wouldn't you?
Rocky opened the suitcase and extracted a pair of frayed jockey shorts. He gingerly held them away from his nose. And I'll mention that the old ones don't seem to get washed too often. Mickey laughed.
A real hard guy, huh?
Rocky nodded. Hard enough. Chapter 7. Most fighters train in Skid Row gyms. The more successful ones get into shape in isolated country camps. Neither location appealed to Rocky. This was going to be his last fight. He wanted something special, something memorable. He wanted to say goodbye to boxing and his fans with style. He owed it to them. Adrian had pointed the building out to him during one of their Sunday drives. They were in the Maserati, cruising down a quiet business district that had seen better days, but somehow still clung tenaciously to its dignity. The store owners and shopkeepers battled daily with the graffiti artists. Even on Sunday, people were out hosing down the sidewalks. See it there? Over on the right, Adrian said. Where's there? There, Adrian repeated, pointing a graceful finger. Rocky's eyes followed the line of her finger. There, he grunted in approval. It was a beautiful brownstone building that looked as if it might have once been a hotel. A barricaded revolving door guarded the front of the building. An offices for lease sign hung in one of the second-story windows. That ain't no gym, Polly complained from the back seat while he was struggling to hold Rocky Jr. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Adrian probed. It ain't no gym, Polly repeated. Rocky looked at Adrian and smiled. It is now. A week later the sign was gone from the window, and a banner stretched over the door. Heavyweight champ trains here daily. The local merchants were elated with their new neighbor. Business boomed as people filtered into the neighborhood to watch the champ work out. Even the nuisance element was distracted from its usual duties by having a celebrity in its midst. People entering the revolving door had the expectant look of movie-goers. Polly sat directly inside the entrance, ensconced behind a massive desk. A sign hung from the front of the desk. $1 donation. A smaller sign was taped to his hat. Money taker. The door swung round, depositing another customer in front of Polly. Paulie held his hand out. "Donation for what?" the customer asked. "Do I ask you questions?" The customer reluctantly reached into his pocket and handed Paulie $1. Paulie waved him on. "Next!" Paulie shouted, watching the door spin. The training equipment was set up in an immense ornamented ballroom. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, dominating the spacious room. A temporary boxing ring occupied the middle of the dance floor. Heavy punching bags and speed bags had been set up around the room. Enormous blow-up photographs of Rocky in boxing poses lined the walls. Photographers and spectators milled around like guests at a party. Rocky punched away at a new red heavy bag. A crowd of people stood nearby, staring. Mickey eyed the onlookers with disgust. This was the strangest situation he'd ever been in. He was beginning to think that some serious brain damage had occurred during Rocky's fight with Thunderlips. It was a sure bet that Clubber Lang was training under more Spartan conditions than these. Rocky kept throwing combinations at the bag.
"Come on, you look stiffer than me. Loosen up," Mickey coached.
Rocky did some stretching exercises. Toe touches, jumping jacks, a few knee bends.
"Remember," Mickey continued, "you can't stand toe-to-toe with this guy or he'll deposit you on Mars. He's too strong."
Some of the onlookers laughed and talked amongst themselves. Mickey put his hands on his hips and cast a critical eye at the noisemakers. They grew silent, like reprimanded schoolchildren.
"How can we train in this joint?" Mickey groused. "It looks like a palace. How could you rent something like this?"
"'Cause we should go out in style," Rocky explained again.
"Forget style. Let's go out in one piece. Come on, enough of this zoo. Let's get back to the old place."
Rocky posed for a group of photographers. "Come on, just enjoy it." Flashes went off all around him, lighting up the room, casting shadows on Mickey's disgruntled face. Another day. The crowd was smaller, but still big enough to be respectable. Rocky shadow-boxed, perfecting his timing and footwork. Mickey watched silently, his face non-committal. Paulie passed through the fans, hawking a stack of autographed photos of Rocky. His shirt was festooned with Rocky's souvenir buttons.
"Collector's items, $5, hot stuff," Paulie blared.
Rocky bobbed and weaved, feinted, then delivered. It was just his shadow, but he was going after it with a vengeance. "Get him, Rock!" an enthusiastic fan yelled out. Rocky stopped in mid-blow. Smiling, he turned toward the onlookers and waved. Mickey frowned.
"Pay attention!"
Another week. The speed bag was a blur of leather. Rocky pummeled it with a strong, steady rhythm. He felt relaxed, in sync. Paulie worked the spectators, selling cans of soda. The thrill of training was wearing thin. Even babysitting Rocky Jr. was more exciting than this. Rocky accelerated his punches. The slap of leather became a musical groan. The crowd murmured its appreciation.
"Remember," Mickey counseled, "this is the last one. The one that counts."
Days later. Rocky's ankles jerked against the incline board's footstrap. His sweaty upper torso raised in a sit-up. He touched his head to his knees and lowered himself. Again. And again. His breathing was stentorian. The veins on his forehead stood out like highways on a road map. Up and down. Up and down. Each sit-up felt harder than the previous one.
"Fight it back! Get tough! Get mad! Get brutal!" Mickey urged.
Through a haze, Rocky could see Paulie in the background selling small-brimmed black hats. They looked like the one Rocky wore. "Rocky" was printed across the front of them in yellow letters. When will it end, he thought.
"Get mean!"
Break time. The jump rope smoothly circled Rocky's muscular frame as his feet skipped rapidly. He began to pour it on. The rope blurred into a translucent ball that encased Rocky's body. Faster and faster. Mickey smiled. He was remembering when he had a body that could do that. Rocky slowed down, then stopped, dropping the rope like a tired snake at his feet. Sweat covered his face, but it felt good. A pair of beautiful young girls ran up to Rocky and kissed him. Rocky smiled, a little uncomfortable, but happy. Wait till he told Adrian.
Get out of here!
Mickey scowled. The girls laughed, then ran away. The little blonde stopped long enough to stick her tongue out playfully at Mickey. His scowl changed into a smile as he watched them disappear. He could remember when he had had a body that could do all sorts of wondrous things. Nighttime. An outdoor running track. Polly was barely visible, bundled up in a heavy jacket, asleep by the side of the track. Mickey stood next to him, peering into the darkness that enveloped the cinder circle. Rocky emerged from the shadows, legs pumping, knees held high.
Make those legs hurt, Rock! Make them strong! You can do it!
Mickey cried. Looking exhausted, Rocky raced past the men, his feet sending a shower of cinders over Polly's dormant form. His feet tore at the track as he continued plunging forward, pushing himself past endurance.
Get hungry again, Mickey whispered. Get hungry.
Rocky rounded the far curve of the track and faded into darkness like a specter. Polly emitted a loud snore, broke wind, then lapsed back into his sleep. Alone again. The training center was closed to the public. The ballroom was dark except for the light from the chandelier spilling down on the ring. Mickey, Al, and Polly stood at the edge of the ring watching Rocky spar with his partner, a huge behemoth of a fighter. After weeks of furious activity, the building seemed strangely lonely, empty, almost as if it could sense that soon it would be vacant again. The walls would be stripped, the utilities shut off, the windows once again prey to vandals. The big fighter caught Rocky with a left that jarred him.
Don't stand in front of him! Side to side, damn it!
Mickey shouted. The sparring partner bulled Rocky against the ropes and unleashed a fusillade of crushing blows.
Now we'll see if he's ready.
Rocky slipped to the side and elbow-turned the other fighter, trapping him against the ropes.
Puff and punch, kid! Puff and punch!
Rocky rolled under a sweeping hook and machine-gunned a barrage of punches up and down the bigger man's body. The sparring partner rocked and weaved, his hands too busy protecting his face to be of any use counterpunching. Jubilant, Mickey turned to Polly and Al.
We've got a deadly weapon. Time!
Rocky backed off from his opponent and stopped punching. The big man groggily shook his head. You okay? Rocky asked. His partner nodded. Polly rushed into the ring and threw a towel over Rocky's shoulders. Rocky turned and bowed toward Mickey. Mickey smiled and stiffly curtsied back. When Rocky climbed out of the ring, Mickey covered him with a robe.
Put this on ya before you catch pneumonia.
I'm okay, Rocky laughed.
Come on, let's get you a rub down.
They walked in the direction of the locker room.
You know, I don't like most of what comes out of people's mouths, and I don't like sweet-talking nobody either. You know that, Mickey said.
That's for sure.
Yo.
Yo.
But I just want to say, I'm proud of you. You're the only bastard that's never let me down. I mean that. The only one.
Rocky paused to let the old man know that he understood the significance of his words. There were lots of things he could think of to say in reply, but they would only embarrass Mickey. He didn't want to do that. What are we going to do when it's over? Rocky asked.
Dunno. Maybe join a circus.
Rocky smiled and put his arm around the old man's delicate shoulder. Chapter 8. Adrian couldn't sleep. She lay quietly in bed listening to the night noises. A car whooshed by on the empty street. A slight wind rustled the trees beyond the windows. Her breathing matched the regular ticking of the old wind-up alarm clock. Rocky's arm was looped over her shoulder as he slumbered, pressed against her, spoon fashion. His breath was warm against her neck. It was like this before every fight. She, the spectator, would spend the night wide-eyed and fearful. Rocky, the combatant, would nod off into the deep hibernation of innocence. A deep rumbling noise passed on the street. A truck, she guessed. The luminous dial of the clock read 3 o'clock. She gently removed Rocky's arm and eased out of bed. He slept on, oblivious to her absence. She felt like a mother as she watched his sleeping form. His hands crept down between his knees, and he curled into an embryonic position. My baby, my lover. Until she had met Rocky, it had never occurred to her that she would ever have either. The walls of the apartment and the pet shop had been the perimeter of her tiny world. She remembered him coming into the shop and buying the turtles, Cuff and Link. He had scared her. He had looked so big and powerful, but even then she had sensed a lonely gentleness behind his strong facade. And when he'd kept coming back to amuse her with his clumsy jokes and sheepish grin, she'd felt an excitement she'd never known before, but she hadn't allowed herself to believe that he actually cared for her. What could any man see in her? She was dull and drab, a black and white photo in a world of color television sets, as Polly had constantly reminded her. Once she had examined her body closely in the bathroom mirror, trying to see herself through Rocky's eyes, but the mystery had remained. Then, on Thanksgiving Day, Rocky had made love to her on the floor of his apartment. She had finally understood. She was half of something. Rocky was the missing part. They were better together than they were separate. Or, as Rocky, in his infinite wisdom, had stated, "Two can live as cheaply as one." The clock read 3:15. The night before a fight always seemed to stretch into weeks. She felt her stomach tightening into a knot. It was like somebody had grabbed her belly and twisted. At least this was the last fight. She was grateful for that. She understood that everything they were and had now was the result of boxing, but she still hated it. It wasn't a sport. It was a brutal, senseless exercise in stupidity. Men beating each other for money. She knew Rocky didn't view it in the same way. If he did, he wouldn't get into the ring. Sports writers wrote about it being a test of the classic traits of courage, integrity, and endurance. Rocky merely said that it made him a somebody when he'd been a nobody. She respected that. But then she'd watched Rocky and another fighter hammering each other into submission, while a bunch of armchair sadists cheered, and the old feeling of repulsion would sweep over her like a wave of nausea. The house creaked ominously as the winds increased. She went to the windows. The trees were swaying like timid dancers. The neighboring houses were dark. She was probably the only one awake in the neighborhood. The thought gave her a sweet sense of loneliness. Sweet because it was false. She wasn't alone. She had Rocky, and Rocky Jr., Mickey, and Polly. She recognized the confusion settling into her thoughts. Her eyes ached. The lids felt heavy. "I'm going to look terrible in the morning," she thought. She crawled back into bed and snuggled up against Rocky. Thank God, this is the last fight. She was still awake when the first rays of sunlight leaked through the window. Chapter 9. Another busy night at the Spectrum. Loyal fight fans jammed the aisles, searching for their seats. Many of them had paid scalpers triple or quadruple the face value of the tickets. This wasn't just another fight. It was a championship match, and it was Rocky Balboa's last fight. He had been a great champion. The fans were showing up in hordes to express their appreciation. The noise level rose as fight time neared and tension increased. Knots of men stood together, money gripped tightly in their hands. They yelled excitedly at each other, then grinned and shook hands. A bet. Expensively dressed women teetered down the arena's steep steps in high heels, balanced on their date's arm. Working men in rough leather jackets cheered as the women sat down, exposing their thighs. Ringside was packed with photographers and reporters vying for positions. They parted reluctantly as a TV camera pushed through, zeroing in on Tim Hearn, a nationally known sports commentator. Hearn smiled blandly at the camera. "Welcome, one and all. Tonight's heavyweight title fight may prove to be the most memorable of all, for tonight is the champion's final and perhaps most difficult title defense, and the action is bound to be exciting as the energy level of this arena rises, as the seconds count down to fight time." Clubber Lang paced angrily in his dressing room. Aside from photographers and reporters, the only people present were Donut, his manager, and his 3 handlers. Let all the glad-handers and well-wishers flock around Balboa, Clubber fumed. After the fight, they'd all be crawling to him. He didn't need anybody. He'd come this far by himself, and he'd go the distance solo. He was going to surprise a lot of people tonight, the first and foremost being Balboa. He kicked a locker shut. Several photographers snapped pictures of his stormy mood. "Turn this way, Clubber," a photographer directed. Clubber spun around. "Over here, Clubber. Hold your fist up. Look mad." A reporter edged in close. "Clubber, how do you feel about tonight's fight?" he asked.
"That's my business,"
Clubber whispered low and menacingly. Donut pushed the reporter away from his fighter. Clubber began pacing again, his brow furrowed in fierce concentration. "Balboa is dead. Balboa is dead." The thought paced his footsteps. The mood was considerably more congenial in Rocky's dressing room. Adrian stood beside Rocky, her arm linked through his. Paulie, Al, and Mickey watched as reporters fired questions at Rocky. "What do you think of Clubber Lang as an opponent?" "He's strong and he's tough. A good contender." "What do you think of him as a man?" "No comment," Rocky answered tersely. Adrian smiled and leaned against Rocky. "Rocky, do you feel you're in the best shape of your career?" "I think so." "Lang has youth and power on you. Do you think you can handle him?"
"We know we can,"
Mickey interjected quietly before Rocky could answer. "Will you retire after this fight?" Adrian watched Rocky expectantly. He smiled at her. "This is the last one, and me and Mick, we've set our minds for winning and nothing else, and after tonight it's all over." He locked eyes with Mick. "We're joining a circus." Mickey howled in delight. Paulie popped open a beer and drank to the suggestion. With us this evening at ringside is the former champion of the world, the great Apollo Creed. The camera swiveled toward Apollo. 3 years hadn't taken a minute's toll on him. A broad smile broke across his handsome face. "Thank you," Apollo said quietly. Maybe there had been a change after all. 3 years ago Apollo couldn't breathe quietly. His showmanship had garnered him almost as much attention as his boxing. But now, sitting beside Hearn in a tuxedo, he seemed more conservative, reflective. "Any predictions, Apollo?" Hearn asked. "Well, strength would have to go to the challenger, while experience, and the world's hardest head, belongs to Rocky Balboa. I'll go with the champion." "Does the champ really hit that hard?" Apollo laughed. "Why do you think I'm out here?" Lang glared at the photographers as they continued to photograph him. Didn't they know he had the most important fight of his life coming up? This was the one that was going to make it all worthwhile. The long nights he had spent in the gym pounding at the heavy bag while Balboa frolicked with his family were going to pay off. He had been on the bottom from birth, but tonight was going to change all that. He wasn't just going to beat Balboa, he was going to demolish him. He could feel the fury tingling up from his legs, shaking his bowels, and rushing like adrenaline throughout the rest of his body. It was a potent force that he could unleash at will. Where it went, blinding devastation followed. "Over here, Clubber!" someone shouted. "Take your robe off, Clubber. Let's have a body shot," another photographer demanded. Clubber wheeled around and ripped the camera off the man's neck, flinging it to the floor. Donut hurriedly ushered the frightened visitors out the door. Even the handlers watched Clubber apprehensively. Clubber looked at the smashed camera and smiled. Just like Balboa, he thought. Rocky knelt in the lavatory, one arm leaning against a commode. It was an odd position and an odd place to pray, but he felt comfortable. He could hear the bustle in the dressing room as Mickey escorted the inevitable friends and well-wishers out the door. Rocky's prayer was a simple one. Help me do my best. Help me make my family and friends proud. Remove malice and hatred from my heart. Mickey opened the door.
"It's time, kid."
"We're gonna do it," Rocky growled.
"We're gonna do it,"
Mickey growled louder.
"Just remember, don't trade with him. Take your time and tire him out. He's never gone 15 rounds.
They went into the dressing room. Adrian flew into his arms so quickly he couldn't see the tears in her eyes. Paulie finished his beer. It was time. Security guards attached themselves to Rocky and his entourage as they came out of the dressing room. The group turned and walked down the hallway toward the corridor that led into the arena. They could hear the crowd sounds building inside. The procession squirmed like a Chinese dragon as lines of photographers and hangers-on pushed and pulled, trying to get their attention. "I know you'll do great tonight," Adrian said. Rocky smiled. "That's nice to know." At the opposing end of the hallway, Clubber Lang and his retinue came into view.
"What the hell?"
Mickey yelled.
"He's supposed to be in the ring."
Clubber froze at the sight of Rocky, then began bellowing.
"Now's your time. Now's your time to fall, here? You're looking at the baddest. I am the baddest, here."
"Don't look bad to me," Rocky answered.
"Don't it, paper champion? Look good, 'cause I'm gonna whip you like a dog. A dog, here."
He rushed up the hallway toward Rocky. Mickey grabbed a security guard, pushed him forward.
"Keep him back, damn it!"
Clubber glared at the guard. The guard wished he had gone to night school as he had promised his mother. He wished he had studied his math harder, had become a CPA. He wished he were in China.
"I don't need no ring,"
Clubber menaced.
"I'll bust you up right here."
He stepped forward. The guard resolutely blocked his way. He was going to make his mother proud, one way or another.
"Get him the hell out of here," Mickey shouted. "You made me wait too long. Now you're gonna pay, boy. I'm the baddest, understand? You ain't nothing. You're trash."
Rocky moved forward. "Come on, mouth," Rocky urged. Mickey was panic-stricken.
"What are you doing?"
he asked Rocky. His head swiveled, searching for more guards.
"Where the hell's the guards? Get him out of here."
Clubber escalated from angry to crazed.
"You know who I am? You know who I am? I'm the man. You ain't nothing. Nothing."
Clubber charged forward, knocking the security guard aside. Mickey jumped in his path and strained to keep the fighters apart. Clubber smashed Mickey to the floor. Rocky lunged forward. The security guards crashed through the crowd to separate the struggling fighters. So many flashbulbs and electric flash attachments exploded simultaneously that the hallway seemed to have strobe lights in it.
"You're mine. Dead meat. Dead meat. You ain't nothing but dead meat."
Clubber yelled as 4 guards led him toward the main corridor. A tremendous tumult of noise resounded as Clubber entered the arena. Mickey picked himself up from the floor, then leaned against the wall, holding his chest.
"Jesus,"
he groaned. Everyone rushed over to him. "Mick, what's wrong?" Rocky asked, puzzled. Mickey looked at him and tried to smile, but his mouth merely twisted. "Adrian, help, please," Rocky pleaded. Another seizure gripped Mickey's chest, and he slipped to the floor. This was worse than the attack during the Thunderlips fight, much worse. His whole body felt numb. The pain was sharp, but not piercing. The worst part was that it just continued, like a sharp ache. "Oh, God," Mickey moaned weakly. Panic crept into Rocky's voice. "What's happening? What's happening here?" Al bent over Mickey. "It's his heart." "Get him inside," Adrian urged. "Somebody get a doctor!" Rocky screamed.
"No,"
Mickey whispered as Al and Rocky helped him up from the floor.
"I don't need no doctor."
The men guided Mickey back down the hallway into the locker room. Mickey's face was slick with sweat. His breath came in raspy gulps. The pain doubled him over. "Paulie, tell them the fight's off. Go on," Rocky ordered. Paulie started out the door.
"No,"
Mickey grimaced. Paulie stopped in the doorway. "Not tonight," Rocky said.
"Tonight."
"The fight's off."
"No. Go on. Let me get my breath."
"I ain't leaving."
"Go on, damn it. Get it over with. You know what to do. Take him."
The men picked Mickey up and eased him onto the training table. The old man laid back on the table gratefully. He had never felt this tired before in his life, not even the time he went 10 rounds with Sailor Mike in Camden in 1940. Sailor Mike was dead now, landlocked in a coffin. Mickey blinked the sweat out of his eyes.
"Take him good,"
Mickey whispered softly. Rocky felt totally lost. How had this happened? Was Mick really having a heart attack? Was it just exhaustion? They had trained hard, and Mickey had been there every second. The old manager looked so frail and vulnerable lying on the table. Rocky had never realized he was so small. Whatever happened to the fearsome, cigar-chewing taskmaster who had run Goldmill's gym with an iron hand? "What should I do?" Rocky bawled, gripping Mickey's thin shoulders.
"Go on," Mickey sighed. "I'll be along."
Rocky searched Mickey's strained face for a long moment. Mickey nodded at him. Rocky turned to Adrian. "Get him a doctor, please." Adrian bobbed her head. Rocky went out the door, followed by his handlers. Adrian gripped Mickey's wet hand. "How is it?"
"It's been good,"
Mickey said, his voice distant. Clubber climbed into the ring amidst a thundering chorus of boos. He stalked around the ring, scowling. These fools actually thought their boos or cheers mattered. He was the best. That was what mattered. The only thing that counted. "Clubber Lang has entered the ring," Hearn began. "A hard-looking fighter with over 55 knockouts to his credit. Balboa may have his hands full tonight." The crowd erupted into cheers. "And here comes the champion, Rocky Balboa. His 10 title defenses have been knockouts, so we have 2 very heavy hitters in there tonight, and, incredibly, they're both left-handers." Rocky, Paulie, and Al moved down the aisle to the ring. The enthusiastic crowd surged toward them. 20 policemen flanked them in a cushioning movement. Where were these guys 10 minutes ago when Mickey needed them? Rocky wondered bitterly. When he climbed into the ring, the cheers reached deafening proportions. Rocky didn't notice. His thoughts were back in the locker room with Mickey. For lack of anything better to do, Paulie rubbed Rock's shoulders. The ring announcer stepped into the center of the ring and motioned to the timekeeper. The bell rang. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the heavyweight championship of the world. With us tonight is one of the true fistic greats. May we please have a welcome round of applause for the Master of Disaster, the King of Sting, the one and only Apollo Creed." The crowd roared as Apollo entered the ring. He waved at the crowd, enjoying the applause. It had been a long time, and the noise sounded sweet to him. One stupid second had cost him all of this. He shook his head in amazement. What a funny world! He walked over to Clubber's corner. Clubber scowled at him. Apollo extended his hand.
"Don't need nothing you got no more,"
Clubber yelled angrily. Apollo stared hard at him.
"Don't want no has-been messing up my corner. You better get that bad look off your face or I'll beat it off, boy."
Clubber and his cornermen laughed. Donut acted as if he had just heard a Don Rickles routine for the first time. Apollo felt the old tension building in him. The desire to strike out was strong, but he fought it successfully. He gave Clubber an icy smile and turned his back on him. In Rocky's corner he shook hands with his former opponent. "Hey there, stallion," Apollo greeted Rocky. "Where's Mickey?" Rocky looked at him and shrugged evasively. "Drop this chump hard," the former champ urged, and exited the ring amidst more cheers. The ring announcer stepped back to the microphone. "In the blue corner, hailing from New York City and weighing 235 pounds, the undefeated #1 ranked challenger in the world, Clubber Lang." The crowd booed. Clubber stepped forward, hands held high, and danced around. "In the red corner, weighing 201 pounds, the pride of Philadelphia, the reigning heavyweight champion of the world, the Italian stallion, Rocky Balboa." The crowd went berserk. A low chant of "Rocky, Rocky" flowed from the cheap seats near the ceiling down to ringside. Rocky stepped forward, his arms hanging limply by his sides. "Come on, get your mind right," Paulie begged. Rocky and Clubber moved to the center of the ring for instructions. "You men know the rules. Let's have a clean fight. Break when I tell you, and may the best man win," the referee rattled off professionally. Clubber gave Rocky a long, mean stare, then spat on his chest. Rocky lunged forward, but Paulie caught him by the waist and pulled him back to the corner. Clubber smiled at Donut. "He's scared." "Tear him up," Donut said. Rocky danced in his corner, desperately trying to block Mickey from his mind and focus on the here and now. He knew that's what Mickey would want. Christ, there he was thinking of Mickey again. Clubber, Clubber, that's all he wanted to concentrate on. Clubber. "I don't know what to say," Paulie mumbled, bewildered. "I ain't no trainer. Just murder him." The bell rang. Rocky dipped to one knee in his corner and made the sign of the cross. The opponents charged to the center of the ring. Rocky opened up with 2 arching right hooks that connected, then followed through with a pounding left to Clubber's jaw and 3 more hooks. Startled, Clubber buckled in pain, but didn't back off. "Balboa is off to an incredible start. He looks determined to destroy the larger challenger." Rocky continued his assault with 3 driving hooks to the body. He drove in like a punching machine, a left, 2 right hooks to the body, a hook to the jaw. Clubber bulled Rocky to the ropes, then landed a flurry of blows to the head. Rocky spun out of the corner, connected with 2 right hooks and 2 lefts. Clubber seemed impervious to the blows. He lunged forward, slammed a series of thunderous hooks to Rocky's body. Paulie scrambled around ringside, mashing his hat in exasperation. "Slow down," he yelled. "Don't slug with him." The 2 combatants stood in the middle of the ring, punching toe to toe. Rocky's punches were landing, but their effect was negligible. At the same time, Clubber's superior strength was beginning to take its toll. "Stay on him," Donut shouted furiously. "Climb on him." Bobbing, Clubber hit Rocky with a right to the body and a left to the jaw. Rocky backed up. Clubber steamed ahead, unleashed 2 arching left hooks. Dazed, Rocky threw a wide right hook. Clubber ducked and hit him with a thunderous right-left combination to the head. Rocky stumbled into the corner, shaken. Clubber plowed in after him. 3 right hooks to the body, 3 left hooks to the body, another right-left combination to the head. Rocky fought back feebly. Clubber slipped under his blows with ease, connecting again and again. Rocky clinched. Clubber shoved him away, then followed him along the ropes, pummeling him with a crippling body assault. "The challenger is hitting Balboa with everything! Incredible punishment!" Hearn shouted. Rocky was out on his feet but managed to fall forward into another clinch. Clubber held him behind the neck, hitting him 8 times in the guts. He pushed Rocky into the ropes and moved in for the kill. The bell rang. Rocky hung on the ropes, blood pouring from his left eye and nose. Clubber dismissed him with a snarl. "You're nothing, man. I cannot lose. I cannot lose." Clubber raised his hands victoriously and danced jubilantly back to his corner. Paulie ran out and assisted Rocky. Mickey's breathing was still shallow. The color had vanished from his face. The doctor entered the locker room and hurried over to the table. He put on his stethoscope and placed the end of it against Mickey's chest. The cheering from the arena filtered into the room. Mickey's eyes opened slightly. Al worked feverishly on Rocky's cuts. Rocky sat on the stool in a stupor. "I can't keep him off," Rocky said, dazed. "Mickey said don't stand toe-to-toe with him," Paulie reminded. Rocky listened closely, but the ringing in his head blocked everything out. He looked across the ring. Clubber was a blur. Donut wiped off Clubber's face with a towel. "He can't back up. Get inside and use the overhand right lead." The bell rang. Round 2 began. Clubber exploded from his corner. In desperation, Rocky threw a right-left combination. Clubber blocked both blows easily, then answered with a string of body and head shots that stung Rocky. Rocky tried to back up, but Clubber ran him down, slammed 2 more right hooks to his head. Rocky was out on his feet. Clubber continued punching mercilessly. Paulie pounded the canvas. "Hang on! Fight back!" The crowd was silent. This was a slaughter, not a fight. Clubber unloaded his arsenal. A left to the head, a right to the body, 3 more devastating lefts. 3 more devastating lefts to the lefts. Devastating lefts. 3 more devastating lefts to the lefts. Fuck. 3 more devastating lefts. Lefts. 3 more devastating lefts to the head. 3 more devastating lefts to the lefts. 3 more devastating lefts to the head. 3 more devastating lefts to the head. Rocky fell backwards to the canvas. "Get up, Rocco!" Paulie screamed. The referee jumped between the 2 fighters. Clubber tried to shove him aside and continue the attack. Rocky sat up, attempted to rise, fell back to the canvas. "The champion is finished!" Hearn shouted. From ringside, Apollo Creed watched in disbelief as the referee counted Rocky out and raised Clubber's gloved hand in victory. Rocky struggled to one knee. Clubber stormed around the ring, shouting,
"He's nothing! I cannot lose! I told you I cannot lose! I retired him permanent!"
A flood of people poured through the ropes. Paulie and Al helped Rocky to his feet. Trash and debris rained down on the ring as the angry fans expressed their disappointment.
"He's no man," Clubber ranted. "You better listen to whatever I say. I'm the new power, and I'm here to stay. I am the real champion."
A popcorn box bounced off Rocky's head. Paulie hurriedly covered him with his robe. Rocky's glazed eyes stared into space. The announcer pulled the ring microphone down. "The new heavyweight champion of the world, Clubber Lang!" Apollo Creed shook his head in disgust. The hallway was jammed with people, reporters, photographers, thrill-seekers, police, but Rocky stumbled forward without seeing them. Paulie and Al formed a wedge and plowed through the crowd, clearing a path.
"Get out of the way! Move before I move yez!"
Paulie growled. With the help of the police, they finally reached the dressing room. Rocky entered. Paulie and Al stood guard outside. Paulie glared at the troublesome mob through a mist of tears. What was wrong with people? Why couldn't they leave someone alone when he was down? He wished he had a beer. He wished he had 2 beers. He wished he were drunk. Adrian was stunned when she saw Rocky's face. She knew the fight had been going on, but she had been preoccupied with Mickey. The horror of what had been happening to her husband hit her like a fist in the stomach. She ran to Rocky and hugged him. He picked her up and kissed her. Over her shoulder he could see the doctor attending Mickey. "How is he?" "Not good," she whispered. "Your face." "It's there. It's okay." Rocky approached the doctor. "Can I talk to him?" "Sure," the doctor replied. "The ambulance is on its way." Rocky leaned over Mickey's still form. "Mick?" Mickey's eyes slowly opened.
"Is it over?"
"Yeah."
"What happened?"
"Knockout."
"What round?"
"Second." Mickey smiled. Then his face contorted in pain as he swallowed. His breathing became more ragged, almost as if his lungs were perforated.
"You did it,"
he gasped.
"I knew we'd do it."
Rocky took off his robe and covered Mickey with it. The robe looked like a king-size blanket thrown over a pillow. "Yeah, everything's okay, so don't worry about nothing, 'cause it's gonna be okay," Rocky faltered, then found his voice again. "You know, you should take care of yourself. You ain't that young no more."
"We done everything right."
"No, we ain't done everything. We got more to do. We'll do more. Whatever you want, okay?"
"Okay."
"I'll do whatever you want, but no more getting sick," Rocky sobbed. Mickey stretched his arms toward Rocky. The fighter leaned down and embraced the old man.
"I love you, kid,"
Mickey whispered. "Please, Mick, don't go nowhere. Please, I need you, Mick. Don't go, Mick. I love you. Don't go." Sparks shimmered in front of Mickey's eyes. He felt his weariness draining from his body like a slow leak in a balloon. It was exhilarating. He wanted to tell Rocky that everything was going to be okay, but he had no voice. Suddenly he was looking down at Rocky cradling a familiar body in his arms. Rocky looked so sad that Mickey was bothered. He wished that he could tell Rocky how it was, that it was all right. Then Mickey let go and tumbled into the bright universe. Rocky felt Mickey's arms go slack and drop from around his neck. The rest of the body collapsed, suddenly heavy. Mickey was dead. Rocky carefully lowered the old man back onto the table. Mickey's face was calm and peaceful. Rocky's eyes burned and his throat constricted painfully. "Oh, God!" he cried. Sobbing, he lowered his head onto Mickey's still chest. Behind him, Adrian reached out to cradle Rocky's shoulders in a soft, soothing embrace. Chapter 10. Mickey would have wanted the funeral to be simple and private. probably attended only by himself, but it wasn't. It became a media event as the who's who of the boxing world gathered to solemnly pay their respects. The funeral procession tied up traffic for several blocks. At the cemetery, a eulogy full of high praise was delivered, but Rocky didn't hear the words. He was numb with grief. Adrian gripped his arm tightly. Al and Paulie stood beside them. Paulie felt uncomfortable in the new suit he had bought for the occasion. The color was too bright for a funeral, but what the hell, he figured. He had to wear it afterwards. He knew Mickey would understand. The coffin was slowly lowered into the ground. Ashes to ashes. Rocky stared glumly at the hole in the ground. It looked cold down there. Adrian's head touched his sleeve. He put his arm around her waist and they turned and walked away. Paulie hustled up alongside the couple. "If you need me for anything, watching the kid, anything like that, just let me know, okay?" "Okay," Adrian smiled. "He wanted us to go out good," Rocky said doggedly. "You tried. But that weren't you out there. You didn't lose. You just gave up. Forget about it." Paulie tapped Rocky on the shoulder, kissed his sister on the forehead, and then was gone. Al silently shook hands with both of them. They thanked him, then got into the car. Rocky took one last look at the open grave, then drove out of the cemetery. Following the funeral, Rocky fell into a severe depression. Mickey's death was the obvious cause, but not the only one. At the age of 34, when most men were finally beginning to feel secure with themselves and their lives, Rocky felt as if all of his beliefs and values had been called into question. The 10, quote, easy, unquote, title defenses haunted him. The plaques in his study were taken down and shelved. He became a stranger to his family and friends. At times, Adrian would awaken in the middle of the night to find the other side of the bed vacant. Rocky would be on the opposite side of the room, sitting in the dark, staring listlessly out the window. When she called to him, he'd become apologetic and climb back into bed. Sometimes they even made love. At first Adrian wasn't worried, assuming that time would be the cure. But it wasn't. Rocky took to spending hours at a time in Mickey's room. He would lie on the bed and gaze at the pictures lining the walls. They were photographs of Mickey and him during various stages of Rocky's career. Eventually, he would close his eyes and sleep. Rocky's favorite reading material became an album filled with newspaper clippings of the champ and his manager. The pages were filled with headlines. "Classic teamwork. A once-in-a-lifetime matching of manager and muscle." When he put the album away, it was always with a sense of sadness and reluctance. Nocturnal motorcycle rides became very popular too. Mounted on the custom-painted yellow and black Harley-Davidson, Rocky was distracted from his own thoughts. He became a series of vibrations and mechanical moves. Although the rides appeared aimless, there were regular stopping points. Gold Mill's Gym was one. Rocky would sit and stare at the weathered sign, remembering better times. Once he drove past the Rocky Youth Club and saw that someone had smeared the sign with paint. He didn't mind. Often he would visit Mickey's grave. The motorcycle looked incongruous parked beside Mickey's headstone. Once he even ended up at the art museum. The huge statue seemed to be jeering at him. He shattered his helmet against it. Adrian knew Rocky needed help. Chapter 11. Apollo Creed parked his car in front of Rocky's house and turned off the ignition. He was reluctant to get out of the car. Maybe this isn't such a good idea after all, he thought. One night Clubber Lang had come on the television screen in all his ugliness, and Apollo had almost regurgitated. The thought of Clubber Lang being the heavyweight champion of the world infuriated him. Apollo had proudly worn that belt for several years. He had deep proprietary feelings about it. It shouldn't be worn by a man like Clubber Lang. He considered making a comeback, quickly dismissed the notion. If he trained and immediately stepped into the ring against Lang, there was a good chance he could beat him. But he'd been retired for 3 long years. He wasn't ranked. The comeback trail would consist of many grueling fights just to qualify as a contender. He wouldn't last. He had one good fight left in him, and that was it. But Rocky was a different case. A rematch would be almost automatic, if he wanted it. That was the big question. Did he want it? Apollo slammed the car door shut and walked up the flagstone path to the front door. He rang the doorbell. Adrian opened the door. Rocky sat in the darkened gym. He knew that his life had to change. This wasn't healthy for him, and it wasn't fair to Adrian. He could feel her wince whenever she looked at him now. It made him want to get out of the house, which only exacerbated the problem. Things couldn't go on this way. He had too much to lose and so many ways to lose it. But it was nice sitting in Goldmill's gym, remembering. He'd been 15 years old the first time he'd entered the building. Mickey had taken the cigar out of his mouth and asked him his name. "Robert Balboa, but my friends call me Rocky."
"Like in Marciano?"
"Yeah."
"We'll see."
Rocky snapped back to reality, disgusted by himself. That was a large part of his problem. He couldn't focus on reality. He was wasting too much time on memories. He stood up and walked over to his speed bag. He took a long, lazy swipe at it. "That's not the way you do it," a voice called out. Startled, Rocky whipped around. A vague figure stood in the shadows. The figure stepped forward. "Who's that?" Rocky called. Apollo stepped out of the shadows into the murky gray surrounding Rocky. "Hit it straight. Lean into it." "Apollo?" "That's right. I've been waiting at your house for an hour," Apollo continued. "Your wife said you might be here." Rocky was dumbfounded. If anybody had asked him who was the last person he expected to run into at Goldmill's that night, Apollo's name would have been right after Mickey's. "What are you doing here?" Rocky asked, a hint of aggressiveness creeping into his voice. "I want to talk. But if you want, I'll go." "No, you can stay. I just want to know why you're here." They sat on the ring apron near the rear of the gym. Apollo leaned back against the ropes, his arms looped over them. Rocky was still getting over his astonishment at the unexpected visitor. "If the papers knew we were talking like this, they'd think we're crazy. Why you?" "Because I was the best and you need somebody who could teach you differently," Apollo said. "Why?" "Why what?" "Why, the real reason behind all the talk here." Apollo studied Rocky's face for a moment. How much should he tell? How many ways should he answer? "I'll be honest with you," Apollo began. "I know your manager dying had you messed up bad, but you still didn't look hungry. Hell, when we fought you had the eye of the tiger, man, the edge. Now you got to get that back, and to do that, we got to go back to the beginning. And who knows, maybe we could win it back together. We could get it back, man. I have a plan." "Why'd you have to come here?" "Why? You've got me curious. What's really in it for you?" "Will you try, man?" Rocky scrutinized Apollo. It was like trying to read the expression on an onyx stone. "I need time." "You got it." Adrian had sensed a difference in him from the moment he came home. Now in bed together she knew there had been a change. For the first time in a long time she had felt that he was really beside her in both mind and body. She knew that it had to have something to do with his meeting with Apollo Creed. Whatever it was a good thing. She had been afraid that she was going to lose Rocky. Now he was coming back to her. "Adrian?" She waited. "What do you think about me boxing again?" She should have known. Of course, Creed wanted Rocky to fight again. What did she think about it? "I know I promised the Lang fight would be the last one. I know you don't want me to fight." "I think you can beat Clubber Lang," she said. The news conference was held in a small banquet room in a downtown hotel. A podium with microphones attached stood at one end of the room. There was a good turnout from the media despite the early hour, 10 a.m. 20 reporters and a handful of photographers were there from the press. The local television stations were represented by 2 camera crews, complete with commentators. Paulie, dressed in his funeral suit, presided over a hastily set-up beer and wine bar. He served the double function of bartender and taster. Because of his dedication to the job, no one ran the risk of being poisoned that morning. The room buzzed as everyone speculated on the purpose of the conference. Various people tried to pry the information out of Paulie, but if he knew, he wasn't telling. The only things he passed on were glasses of beer and wine. Rocky and Apollo entered the room together. There was startled silence at this unexpected dual appearance, then a rash of frantic questions. Waving at the assembly and greeting some individuals by name, Rocky and Apollo proceeded to the back of the room. At the podium, Apollo raised his hands for silence. He got it. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, I'm going to read from a written statement that will be made available to you later. Then we'll handle any questions that you care to ask. Okay? A mumbled assent arose from the gathering. Paulie stopped pouring drinks and hurried to Rocky's side. Apollo exchanged a mischievous look of complicity with Rocky, then read a statement detailing their plans for a rematch with Clubber Lang for the championship and explaining Apollo's new role as Rocky's manager. The questions tumbled forth so fast that they seemed to be coming from one voice. Rocky, when did you decide to ask Apollo to become your trainer? I didn't, Rocky answered. Did he seek you out? Apollo smiled. That's right, I seeked him out. Apollo, how does it feel to be on the other side as a trainer? Good. I like the fight game, and it's been good to me. And this will be a great rematch. How do you plan to train Rocky? Modernize, Apollo boomed, turning on the old magic spiel he'd been famous for. Detroit modernizes its cars. The Army modernizes its weapons. I will modernize Rocky Balboa. We will be revising and re-editing the original edition of the Italian Stallion. He'll be brand new, Paulie announced excitedly. And who are you? Just Paulie, in charge of business affairs. The reporter looked to Rocky for confirmation. Paulie coughed nervously and fidgeted. His declaration had been a surprise to everyone but himself. After a moment's hesitation, Rocky nodded agreement, a slight smile playing on his lips. Paulie quit staining his shirt with perspiration. No offense, but you can't make silk out of a sow's ear. How do you plan on transforming Rocky into a boxer? No offense? Geez, Rocky could hardly wait for the offensive questions. Magic and sweat, Apollo hullabalooed. Everybody knows I was the greatest boxer of all time, right, Rock? If you say so. I do indeed. And this man whipped me. True, it was probably an accident, but he did do the impossible. Rocky and many of the reporters laughed as Paulie shook his head and made a gesture indicating that Apollo was obviously crazy. Apollo continued on, oblivious to anything but his rhetoric. Listen up. The real reason Rocky lost last time was he wasn't mentally prepared, but this time he will be a different man. Clubber Lang didn't win the championship, he borrowed it. And I want to say to Lang, he better be ready to fall like the space creature that he is. That's right, Lang. You're so plug ugly that you give ugly a bad name. The world's got enough pollution without this bum polluting it worse. You hear that, Flubber, Blubber, or whatever your absurd name is? You've got my man Rocky aggravated, so, boy, you better watch out. Rocky, what will be your strategy? Your guess is as good as mine, Rocky said. He's just putting you on, Apollo hurriedly explained. Then what is the strategy? I won't tell you that, Apollo hedged, but I will humbly say that this fight will be the biggest shock in history, and we may just have to bring in a lawyer, 'cause what we're going to do to Clubber will be the crime of the century. Apollo stared directly into the television camera and pointed his finger accusingly. Clubber the caveman, you didn't win the title from a man who was all there. And this time, thought Rocky, you won't be fighting with a man whose manager is all there. Now you'll have to. It's time to pay the piper, chump. The secret crunch punch is on its way. That's all. Being the old trooper that he was, Apollo knew that the timing of an exit was just as important as the entrance. He hurried Rocky through the staff door into the kitchen, leaving the reporters babbling behind them. Paulie won the race to the bar. The press conference made headlines on the sports page of every newspaper in the country. Excerpts from it were aired by the 3 major television stations on the evening news. Sports commentators and reporters had a field day speculating on what Clubber Lang's reply would be. But, to everyone's surprise, Lang was silent. Quote, unavailable for comment, unquote. Soon the speculations became innuendos. Jimmy the Greek, the famous Vegas odds-maker, was asked to theorize on the probable outcome of a rematch. To everyone's astonishment, he put it at even money. The innuendos about Clubber's silence dipped into slander. Finally, Clubber's camp made some noise. Mr. Lang would not deign to hold a press conference, but he would grant an interview to Les Castle, the sportscaster for a local New York station. Portions of the interview would be shown nationwide on the evening news, followed by a 30-minute special at midnight featuring the complete interview and highlights from Clubber's career. Clubber was learning fast. That evening, Adrian made an early dinner. Apollo was invited over. Polly had moved into Mickey's room the day before, so he naturally joined. The chicken cacciatore was good, but the praise for it was random and distracted. Adrian didn't mind. She understood everyone's mind was elsewhere. After dinner they gathered around the television. The news came on. They waited patiently through weather disasters, bombings, and mass murders. Finally the sports section came on. The sportscaster flashed a brilliant smile. Behind him a picture of Rocky and Clubber Lang was projected on the screen. Well, after the stunning upset of Rocky Balboa by the newly crowned champion Clubber Lang, the boxing community wondered if Lang would accept the challenge for a rematch made earlier. Here's the reply in a portion of an interview made earlier by Les Castle. "This ought to be good," Apollo crowed. The station switched to a film clip of Clubber and Les Castle sitting in directors' chairs. Castle: "Clubber, do you accept the challenge for a rematch with Balboa?" Clubber: "I reject the challenge, because he is no challenge, but I'll be happy to beat him anywhere, anyplace, anytime. I always said he was nothing. Our last fight showed you all that." Castle: "It was certainly an impressive victory for you." Clubber: "Thank you, Les. That's kind of you to say." Castle: "What do you think about him being trained by Apollo Creed?" Clubber: "One has been teaching another. Old Apollo Creed's been shooting off his mouth, 'cause that's all he got left. When I see that old chump, I'll close it." Castle: "When will the match take place?" Clubber: "The sooner, the better. And I want to say something more. I want everybody to hear this. I trained hard for the last one, and I'm champion of the world. Ain't nothing can be done about that. I can't be beat. I won't be beat. And this time I'm going to train even harder, and there won't be no quick knockout this time. I'm gonna crucify him. Real bad, man." The film clip ended. The sportscaster came back on. "Hard words from a hard man. The odds against Balboa making a comeback at 34 are very long indeed, despite Jimmy the Greek's prediction. Can he do it? Most experts doubt it, myself included. Balboa was a fine champion, but his time has passed. I wish him luck." Apollo reached over and shut off the TV. "Don't listen to that crap, Rock," Paulie said. "No, listen to it," Apollo stated. "A lot of folks are gonna owe you an engraved apology when this is over, and you'll owe me a big favor." "What favor?" Rocky asked. "When it's over." Paulie started laughing. "What's so funny?" Adrian asked. "Did you hear Lang?" Paulie asked, laughing harder. "Thank you, Les. That's very kind of you to say. What a phony." Everyone started laughing. Chapter 12. Adrian woke up thinking about California. She hadn't accompanied Rocky on any of his other trips because Rocky Jr. had needed her attention. But now Rocky Jr. was old enough to stay with the housekeeper, and Adrian felt Rocky Sr. needed her attention more. Besides, she had been in love with California ever since she had watched 77 Sunset Strip when she was a kid. She'd had a terrible crush on Ed Burns, who played Kooky. Los Angeles, Hollywood, Warner Brothers, MGM, and Beverly Hills were all exotic names from her youth. Even neglected, plain girls have fantasies. She concentrated on the trip. Part of Apollo's master plan was that Rocky train in Los Angeles. She was going to make sure that Rocky enjoyed himself, too. This was going to be a difficult time for him, and she was going to make it easier. The thought comforted her and distracted her from the disturbing memory of last night when she had awakened to find Rocky screaming in his sleep. Paulie studied his face carefully in the mirror. Even with a mask of shaving cream, he looked pretty good. Maybe not leading man material, but definitely a strong character actor. Each swipe of the razor revealed more, and convinced him more that it was possible. Plus, he wouldn't be going out there as a tourist nobody. He was in charge of Rocky Balboa's business affairs. A professional man was bound to meet people with important connections. Heck, they might even want to do a story of Rocky's life, and he'd get to play himself. He wondered where they would stay. His first choice was the Polo Lounge. He'd read that that was where the stars gathered. He'd fit right in wearing his new suit. If they couldn't stay there, any of the Holiday Inns would be fine with him. The shower water drummed on Rocky's head and shoulders, sending little pinpricks of pleasure through his body. He could barely remember the nightmare. It seemed more like someone else's dream that he'd been told about when he was only half listening. Clubber had been in a dream. That was one thing Rocky was positive about. Clubber's fierce face was very clear in his mind. He seemed to recall Apollo standing in his corner. He found that odd. Why Apollo instead of Mickey? It was his first dream in a while that didn't feature Mickey in one role or another. He laughed. Feature. Role. He was going Hollywood before he even got on the plane. He closed his eyes and let the water smother him. His mind went blank except for thoughts of swaying palm trees and long vistas of sandy beaches. Rocky carried the last 2 suitcases out to the limousine. The driver was still busy packing the bags Paulie had brought out. Rocky set the suitcases down and straightened his suit. He looked like a successful businessman. Adrian and Rocky Jr. walked out of the house down to the car, followed by Paulie. "Did we forget anything?" Adrian asked. "I don't think so," Rocky assured her. "Maybe another sweater?" "I think the sun shines a lot in California." "All year round," Paulie added, becoming more and more the expert on California. "Are you really sure you want to go, Adrian?" Rocky asked. "Yeah, this is man business," added Paulie. "I want to be with him. All right, Paulie?" "Sure, just leave my head on my shoulder, okay?" Adrian ignored Paulie and turned to the housekeeper standing in the open doorway. "We'll call when we land." Rocky picked up his son. "You be a good boy, and brush your teeth, okay?" "Okay. Will you be home tonight?" "No, but we'll call." Rocky Jr. found that to be an unsatisfactory answer. Was a call going to kiss him good night? His lips trembled, and his eyes shone with tears. "You be a big boy," Rocky said, kissing him. "We'll bring you a present back." That mollified the boy a little. He kissed his mother, then ran to the housekeeper. They got into the car. "Where are we going to stay out there?" Paulie asked. "I don't know. Apollo's got us someplace. He'll meet us at the airport." "I want to stay at the Polo Lounge." "That's a bar," Adrian said. Paulie beamed. He sure hoped they were going to stay at the Polo Lounge. As the limousine pulled away, Rocky Jr. burst into tears. The taxi took the 6th Street exit off the Harbor Freeway. Apollo sat in the front seat with the driver. Rocky, Adrian, and Paulie were crammed in the back seat. Rocky and Adrian were in a good mood. Paulie wasn't. This wasn't the kind of reception he had expected. Sweeping down the off-ramp, they caught a glimpse of sunlight glistening off the Arco Towers. Then they plunged into the darkened valley of 6th Street. Huge buildings loomed up on either side of them, blocking out the sunlight. It was a lot like any other big city, dirty, noisy, and crowded. Adrian wondered where she had gotten the idea that buildings weren't tall in L.A. Paulie could feel the Polo Lounge slipping away. It definitely wasn't located in this section of town. Rocky watched Apollo and wondered where they were going and for what purpose. Apollo stared out the windshield, enjoying the ominous silence. As they proceeded east down 6th Street, the sidewalk people became shabbier and the bars more frequent. Finally they turned onto Main Street. Before them stretched block after block of taco stands, bars, adult bookstores, 4-for-$1 movie theaters, and decrepit hotels. The taxi stopped in front of the St. Charles Hotel, which proudly advertised private baths. Everyone disembarked. A few of the people gathered around, gawking and pointing. They were a mixed bag of races and nationalities, with a common, weary, defeated look about them. But they all had tans that made the 3 migrants from Philly look pale in comparison. Even the down-and-outers could afford the California look. Rocky and Apollo were too well dressed and looked out of place. Paulie blended in as if he had been born there. Paulie put on a pair of dark sunglasses and surveyed the surroundings with disgust.
Yo, what the hell we doing here? Why'd we have to come to L.A.?
It's where I started, Apollo said.
So?
So it's where Rocky's starting.
This place is disgusting. Why don't we stay at your place?
Apollo picked up a pair of suitcases and walked toward the hotel entrance. You're missing the point. Let's check in and go to the gym.
Yo, Rock, we don't need this. In my opinion, this falls into the category of business affairs, and I don't think it's up to your or my sister's standards.
Rocky looked questioningly at Adrian. At first her smile faltered, but she strengthened it and nodded her approval. Let's try it, Rocky said, grabbing the rest of the bags. Paulie suddenly found himself alone on the sidewalk.
I don't even have a gun, he muttered, hurrying into the hotel lobby.
They checked in and went to their respective rooms. After a quick change into casual clothes, they were back on Main Street going to the gym. Rocky and Apollo carried their equipment bags. They made an impressive shield for Adrian and Paulie. People on the sidewalk stepped out of their path. The gym was off on a side street that wasn't much bigger than an alley. The crumbling brick building barely appeared to be functional. Paulie wondered who was paying off the building inspector. Garbage cans bordered the entrance. They stepped through a buzzing cloud of flies into the gym. The interior showed no improvement. The walls had once been painted an institutional cream color, but now they were gray and peeling. The few windows were covered with grime. The air was thick with sweat and body odors. The Mexican and black fighters slowly ceased their labors as the foursome entered. Adrian stared in awe. Gold Mill's gym had been a beauty salon compared to this. The fighters' hard, impassive faces creased into smiles when they saw Apollo. He waved at them. They recognized Rocky and gathered around. Apollo made introductions and explained that Rocky would be training there. The reception was enthusiastic. Adrian relaxed. She knew she was among friends. The fighters went back to their training. In an instant they were again transformed into angry men, savagely raging against punching bags and each other. All their frustrations were gathered in their fists. Boxing was going to free them from their jobs in parking lots, warehouses, or gas stations. They were going to make it, just as Rocky had. "This is where I first started," Apollo said.
"That's your problem," said Paulie. "Come on, Rock, let's leave before we're left for dead."
Rocky ignored him. Adrian dug her elbow into Paulie's ribs. Paulie wondered what her problem was.
"See the look in their eyes?" Apollo continued. "When we fought, I trained hard, but I didn't have that look in my eye. You did, and you won. You need it again. The eye of the tiger, man."
Rocky watched the sweat roll off the struggling bodies in the gym. Their intensity was almost palpable. It had been a long time since he had felt that way.
"No class in here," Paulie commented.
"Is he always that cheerful?" Apollo asked.
"Paulie, don't get mentally irregular now," Rocky cautioned.
"Hey, it's a free country."
"Just don't get irregular." "Look, I'm in charge of business affairs here, not philosophy, okay?"
Rocky looked at Apollo and shrugged.
"Sorry, but it takes about 6 years to get to know him."
Duke, Apollo's ex-trainer, stepped up and clapped his hand on Apollo's shoulder.
"Hey, champ, everything's set up and ready to go."
"That's great," Apollo said, shaking hands. Duke scowled hard at Rocky. Adrian tensed.
"Duke, you recognize this man, don't you?" Apollo asked.
"I recognize him all right," Duke laughed.
"It's good to be working with you, 'cause we sure had enough of working against you. How you feeling?"
"Good, thanks," Rocky answered, feeling the power in Duke's handshake. Duke smiled and shook Adrian's hand, using restraint this time. Paulie just nodded and backed cautiously away. "Let's get changed," Apollo said.
"We may live modern, but we're gonna train old. Getting back the fire, right, Duke?"
"Right." Duke and Apollo headed toward the locker room. Paulie pulled Rocky aside.
"Yo, let's get out of here. I got a reputation."
"Reputation?"
"You heard. I don't like these people."
Maybe they don't have a big affection for you neither."
"What did I do?"
"And they call me Punchy," Rocky sighed. "Adrian, take him back to the hotel and keep him out of trouble."
"Yo," Adrian joked.
Rocky kissed her. "I'll get the feel of this gym, then I'll come back too." Adrian led Polly out of the gym like an errant child. The room was small, cramped, cheap, and home for a while. Adrian opened the suitcases and started unpacking. She opened one of the dresser drawers. Cockroaches scurried out. She jumped, but didn't scream. Bugs weren't going to deter her. She was going all the way on this. She was going to train as hard as Rocky. Together, they were going to win. There must be a store nearby that sold insecticide. Considering the area, there must be dozens of them. She looked fearfully at the closet. Maybe she should get a club, too. The next day, the gym didn't look as fearsome. In fact, it was beginning to feel familiar. Paulie leaned against the wall, assuming his best business administrator look. Adrian sat nearby on a stool. Music pulsated from a portable stereo cassette machine. Apollo bounced from foot to foot, keeping time to the music. Rocky awkwardly tried to imitate him. It was like comparing the box waltz to the jitterbug. Several fighters looked on in astonishment. Duke stood next to Paulie.
"He ain't too graceful,"
Paulie remarked. "That's why we're here."
"Waste of time. He's got heavy feet."
Duke yelled at Rocky. "Get on the balls of your feet. Feel loose. Let your body feel a rhythm. It'll take time, but it'll come." Rocky went into a quicker box waltz. "Come on, get those feet out of the concrete," Apollo urged. Adrian started clapping her hands in time to the music.
"He can't train with that jungle junk music," Paulie muttered.
"Should we put on a little Rigoletto?" Duke asked him.
"Huh?"
Rocky kept dancing, studying his feet in the mirror. He looked up in time to see some of the fighters shaking their heads in dismay. "How stupid do I look?" he asked. They gave him sympathetic but non-committal expressions.
"Hey, I'm tellin' you," said Paulie. "Trainin' him like a colored fighter ain't gonna work. He ain't got no rhythm."
Duke glared at him, then pointed toward Rocky.
"Look."
Rocky was beginning to move well with the music. There was more spring in his bounce, and he was starting to follow Apollo's steps.
"Well, what do you know? Italians got rhythm,"
Duke couldn't resist commenting. Apollo smiled at Rocky.
"Good, very good. Now get that jab working. Stick, stick, stick."
Rocky settled into the rhythm, dancing and jabbing. His mirror image didn't embarrass him anymore. The onlooking fighters gave him a nod of approval. Step, step, jab, jab, step, step.
"They really come out of the woodwork at night," Paulie thought, as he left the bar, after reaching up a dress and encountering a mass of flesh quite similar to the one he used to urinate with.
The street's denizens were out in force. Some leaned against walls, others slept on the sidewalk. Paulie slipped in some vomit and almost fell. He saw a street vendor pushing a cart and hurried over.
"I'd like a pretzel with mustard," he ordered.
"Que, senor?"
"What?"
"Que quieres?"
"Just give me a pretzel."
"Tengo tacos de carnitas."
"Skip the mustard."
The vendor handed over a taco. Paulie lifted one edge of the tortilla and peered in.
"What kind of pretzel is this?"
"Un taco."
"Taco?"
Paulie asked, pronouncing it to rhyme with Waco, Texas.
Si, taco." "How much?"
95 cents, please."
"You sure speak money in good English," Paulie said, handing him $1.
"Thank you," the vendor said, handing him his change. Paulie bit into the taco. It was delicious. Taco. Spanish seemed pretty easy to speak. Rocky's arms cut smoothly through the water of the gym's old pool as he swam laps. His head dipped in and out of the water with rhythmic regularity. Apollo, Paulie, Adrian, and Duke formed an audience at the far end of the pool. Rocky touched the pool end, turned, and swam toward them.
"When do you think he'll drown?"
Paulie asked.
"Jesus, you're negative," Duke said. "He ain't no tuna. We belong back in the gym."
"He's too tight. He has to stretch and develop muscles he never thought he had. Nobody can change that much. He's a brawler. He ain't no boxer. Apollo turned, angry. You keep telling him that, he won't be nothing. I just don't want to see him looking like no fool. Drop it, Paulie, Adrian commanded sharply, surprising everyone. Man, what we see doesn't matter, Apollo said, then shouted to Rocky, Another lap. Rocky swam to the edge of the pool and rested. His eyes had a distant, dull look to them. Another, Apollo urged. Rocky slowly swam away. Adrian had done what she could do to make the room comfortable. Flowers sat in a vase on top of the dresser alongside pictures of Rocky Jr. Decorative room deodorizers were stuck on the walls. They were small touches, but they gave Adrian a sense of contributing. Rocky practiced his jab in front of the mirror on the closet door. Adrian sat on the bed, watching him. It was best if only one person moved around at a time. Rocky suddenly stopped his exercise and stared at his image in the warped mirror. Are we being fools? He asked Adrian. How? Staying in this dump, working out in that hole? What's the purpose? It's what Apollo wants. Yeah, the eye of the tiger crap. Maybe he's right. Maybe, but this seems a strange way to go about it. This can't be any fun for you. I didn't come here to have fun. I came here to be with you. I can remember when those things were the same, Rocky joked. Adrian laughed. They still are. Rocky sat beside her and kissed her. She stroked his shoulder softly. Outside their window neon lights flashed, "Oh tell, oh tell." The sounds of busy night humanity drifted up to them from the sidewalk. Someone sang drunkenly. A woman laughed shrilly. A bottle shattered. Rocky and Adrian held each other tightly. Music blared from the portable player. Rocky bounced a small handball, trying to keep rhythm to the music. It was harder than he'd thought it would be, but he was slowly getting it. Everything seemed to be coming slow to him. He felt lethargic and couldn't understand why. Good. Loosen up. Rhythm. Think about being a boxer, not a gorilla, Apollo shouted. Rocky was having a hard time thinking about anything. His body continued to function, but his mind drifted. He was no longer in the gym, but in the ring at Madison Square Garden. Clubber Lang was bearing down on him, lambasting his body and face with one blow after another. The noise from the crowd was deafening. He could see Paulie and Apollo shouting at him from the corner, but their words were lost. They looked like comical mime artists. Clubber continued to pulverize him. Get that bounce, Apollo yelled. Come on, get light. Rocky came back to reality. Adrian was smiling patiently at him. Paulie lounged in a chair, half asleep. The general buzz of the other fighters working out became recognizable, distinct sounds. Rocky gritted his teeth and concentrated on the bouncing ball. Paulie rolled restlessly on his bed. It was not a bed that was up to the standards of a business administrator. Some drunks were singing in the alley below. Things weren't working out the way Paulie had envisioned them. He hadn't seen a star, much less met one. The only person that knew he was in L.A. was the taco seller. He was making a fortune off Paulie. He sold him tacos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Paulie was learning more Spanish, too. Buenos dias, gracias, and de nada now fleshed out his vocabulary. The chorus in the alley got louder. Who needed this place? Paulie didn't even want to go into the bars. That was about as low as a town could get. He put the pillow over his head and pressed his face into the mattress. The road to stardom was going to be more difficult than he had foreseen. The sparring partner snapped a right-left combination at Rocky's head. Rocky bounced from side to side, but the punches still managed to make contact. Come on, side to side, come on. That's it. Slip, slip, Duke encouraged. Paulie slid his hat forward on his forehead and narrowed his eyes in skepticism as he watched a left hook penetrate Rocky's defenses. He'll do it, Adrian stated with conviction. Apollo nodded his head in agreement. Rocky bounced and slipped as more blows came at him. His opponent blurred, then became Clubber Lang. He watched himself being hammered by a barrage of slow-motion punches that were impossible to escape. He was falling to the canvas, but it was taking forever to land. The sparring partner landed a clean jab on Rocky's chin. Startled into the present, Rocky commenced sliding and bouncing again. "Come on, let's wake up!" Apollo yelled. Rocky wondered how much more of this they had to do today. He felt tired, listless. His eyes made contact with Adrian's. She smiled softly. He continued bouncing and sliding. From his bed, Rocky stared at the ceiling. There was a fascinating array of stains up there. He could see a man, a dog, a car. His ears started to ring with a booing sound. The stains swirled into an angry fight audience. The booing sound increased, became inescapable. He closed his eyes. He was standing alone in the ring. A blizzard of debris pelted him. The apron was covered with trash. He didn't attempt to duck or cover himself. He knew he deserved what he was getting. Apollo walked away in disgust. Adrian, Paulie, and Duke trailed after him. The rain of garbage continued unabated. He opened his eyes. On the ceiling he could see a man, a dog, and a car. Apollo glided around the ring, moving effortlessly to and fro. Rocky followed in his wake, an erratic duplicate. "It's not happening. I don't want to listen to that," Apollo barked. "Jab! Everything we do works off the jab." Rocky concentrated on the jab. Jab, bounce, slide, slide. The blows landed square on Clubber's face, but Clubber only laughed. It was like Rocky was wearing pillows instead of boxing gloves. With each blow that landed, Clubber's laugh became more maniacal. "You're nothing!" Clubber shouted, dancing back until he disappeared. Rocky's jabs lost their snap. "I can't do this stuff." "If you say you can't, then the fight's over now," Apollo warned. "If you believe in what we're doing, you'll do it. It's up to you." Jab, bounce, slide, slide. Adrian's bare back felt warm against his cheek. He envied her the deep rhythmic sleep she was enjoying. It was a commodity that was getting rarer and rarer for him. Night noises floated up from the street. He listened attentively, trying to imagine what the people looked like who were emitting the raucous laughs and angry snarls. It was a distraction. He didn't want to think or dream. Those words no longer held pleasant connotations for him. He pressed his mouth against Adrian's back and dozed. He was flat on his back in the ring. His arms and legs were too heavy to move. He wasn't in pain, but a terrifying numbness covered his body like a tight blanket. Above him everything was hazy and blurred. Faces and lights moved rapidly back and forth. He was afraid they would trample him. Shouts echoed in his head. Then Adrian was beside him, cradling his head in her arms. "He's not breathing! He's not breathing!" she shouted, her eyes widening in horror. Rocky's body twitched nervously as he dreamed. His grip on Adrian became tighter. They were on the beach. The early morning fog hadn't cleared. Seagulls climbed and dived like errant kites. "What we're going to do are wind sprints to develop quick bursts of power," Apollo explained to Rocky. "I never did this with Mick." "Then it's a good probability that now you never will," Paulie quipped, to no one's enjoyment. More and more he was beginning to feel like a square peg surrounded by round holes. "Just a joke," he added lamely. "I didn't mean nothing." Duke led Paulie and Adrian 100 yards down the beach. He pulled a peg from his pocket, tied a strip of cloth around it, and stuck it in the sand. The morning breeze made the cloth flutter in the wind. "Rocky better be high-steppin', 'cause Apollo can burn, baby," Duke commented. "Rock's good. He used to outrun every cop in the neighborhood," Paulie countered. Adrian nodded her confirmation. "Ready!" Duke shouted. Rocky and Apollo tensed as they assumed starting positions. "Set! Go!" Apollo exploded into the lead. Rocky charged after him. Clubber charged across the ring toward Rocky. Rocky's bare feet dug into the warming beach sand. Clubber smashed one blow after another into Rocky's face. Apollo's lead was increasing. "Come on, Rocco! Floor it!" Paulie shouted. Adrian jumped up and down in excitement as she cheered Rocky on. Rocky felt himself crumbling to the canvas. The strength drained from his legs as the sand mired his ankles, slowing him down. Adrian's face was contorted in agony as she yelled to Rocky from ringside. Rocky felt himself hit the canvas with a dull thud. Everywhere he looked there were people crying and yelling. He wondered what they expected of him. Hadn't he done enough? Apollo zoomed past the finish line, then turned to face Rocky. Rocky slowed down to a jog that gradually came to a standstill. Rocky couldn't get up from the canvas. All around him expectant faces clouded over with disappointment. What did they expect? Everyone gets beat sometime. Why didn't everyone just leave him alone? He stared toward the finish line, his eyes blank, his body slack. "What's wrong?" Polly asked. Hands on his hips, Apollo regained his breath and stared angrily at Rocky. "It's over, man." Rocky turned his back on the group and walked away. "Hey!" Polly yelled. "Leave him alone. It's over," Apollo said quietly. Adrian hurried after Rocky. She caught him at the water's edge. For a moment they just stared at the water, watching it lap gently around their ankles. Then Adrian turned to Rocky. "I want to ask you something important, and I want you to tell me the truth." "What?" "Why did you come here?" "Please." "Why did you come here?" Rocky turned away. "It means I don't want it anymore, Adrian." "When did you think of that?" "It just came to me, that's all." "If you did it because you wanted to, I'm glad." "I did. But I know the way you think." "Look, fighting used to mean something. Now it doesn't mean anything." "It's just that you've never quit anything since I've known you." Rocky stared at her. She was closer to him than anybody in the world. He loved her. Why was she putting him through this crap? Quit. It was a harsh word, but he could get used to it. He walked down the beach. Adrian followed in his wet footprints. He stopped and she bumped into him. Adrian looked straight up at him. "Remember once you said, 'I never told you to stop being a woman. Don't ask me to stop being a man'?" "Look," Rocky interrupted her. "How about we go home?" "Not now." "What are you trying to do?" "Get some answers." "I'm out. I don't want to fight no more, and that's it." He stared out at the ocean. It was reassuring the way the water stretched out to the horizon. A comforting sameness. Nobody questioned the ocean. It was just accepted. "What's everybody want from me?" "This is not everybody. I live with you. Why did you just quit?" "For you." "No."
"And for the kid."
"No, I don't think so."
"Well, what do you want me to say?"
Rocky's voice was tight with defensive anger.
"What do you want to hear from me?"
"The truth. What's on your mind? Stop hiding?"
"I'm not hiding. Who would I be hiding from?"
"From yourself, me, from everybody."
"Come on," he groaned.
"Is it me?" Adrian asked.
"I don't want to hear this."
"Did I do something? Am I guilty of something?"
"You didn't do anything."
"If I am, I want to know." Rocky's face was confused.
"I don't know what to say. What happened, Adrian? How'd everything that was so good get so bad?"
"What's so bad? Tell me. What?" Her eyes kept searching his face. He paced uncomfortably, but she followed. He turned and she was at his elbow.
"I wrecked everything by not thinking for myself, okay? Why couldn't Mick just tell me where it was really at from the start? He didn't have to carry me and lie to me about how good I was when I wasn't."
"He never really lied."
"What do you call it?"
he yelled, his neck cords standing out in anger.
"Those fights weren't right. They weren't. I never fought anybody who was all in their prime. There was always some angle to hold on to the title longer. Do you understand what I'm saying?"
"I understand, but you've got to understand that he was protecting you. That was his job."
"Wait."
"He loved you," she said gently.
"That protection didn't help nothing. It only made things worse. You wake up after a few years thinking you're a winner, but you're really a loser. So we wouldn't have the title as long. So what? It would have been real."
It was real. Rocky exploded. The feelings he'd kept pent up since Mickey's death burst from him, like a sickness draining out.
Nothing is real if you can't believe in who you are. I just don't believe in myself no more. When a fighter doesn't believe, it's over. Really over.
That's not it, Adrian insistently probed.
That's it,
he said flatly. If you tell me the truth, maybe I can help.
What are you putting me through? Rocky demanded. The truth is, I don't want to lose what I've got. When it was just me, I didn't care what happened. But now there's you, the kid. I don't want to lose what I've got.
What have we that can't be replaced? What? The house? The cars? The money? What? We've got everything that we need except the truth.
I'm afraid, all right. For the first time in my life, I'm afraid.
It was out. The little worm that had been gnawing at his insides, destroying his sleep, was on public display. For a moment he felt the coolness of the confessional sweep over his sun-drenched body. I'm afraid too. Now what are we going to do about it? Quit? Or try? His maggot of fear shriveled in the sunlight, as if somebody had touched a lighted match to it. He knew the image was just an illusion. The fear was still there, but now he could work with it. He didn't have to waste his energy hiding it.
Where'd you get so tough?
Rocky asked, smiling. I live with this fighter. My fighter. From up the beach, Paulie watched in amazement as Rocky and Adrian kissed.
What the hell's happening? I don't understand any of this, he complained.
We're going to Madison Square Garden. Apollo smiled.
He doesn't want to train no more.
He does now, Duke said. Paulie watched the couple framed by the ocean. All he could see was two people kissing. Quite energetically, too. How come everyone else could see more than him? Rocky picked Adrian up and her legs circled his waist. That's a good exercise, Paulie thought, but he'd pull his damn back out if he tried it himself. Maybe from now on he'd watch more and say less. It wouldn't hurt to try it for a while. A strong wave knocked Rocky and Adrian over. They tumbled onto the sand, laughing. Being happy couldn't hurt, Paulie decided. Maybe he'd give it a try. We still got a lot of training, Duke said. Yeah, but it'll be easy, Paulie told him. And it was. Chapter 13. Madison Square Garden is world famous. The name means entertainment in all its diverse forms. A horse show in the afternoon will precede a rock concert later that night. Basketball players dribble the ball on boards placed over an ice rink. Whatever you're looking for, sooner or later, it will play the Garden, if it's good enough. The circular building is built over Pennsylvania Station. It rises 13 stories from the street. The lavish main arena has 20,234 seats, arranged on colored terraces and surrounded on different levels by half a dozen auditoriums, theaters, and forums. On March 8, 1971, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier consummated the, quote, fight of the century, unquote, within its walls. Tonight the marquee read, Heavyweight Championship, Clubber Lang versus Rocky Balboa. The mood in Rocky's dressing room was quiet, almost somber. The tearing of the adhesive was the only sound heard as Duke wrapped Rocky's hands. Adrian watched silently, a tight smile stamped on her face. Intellectually, she accepted full responsibility for Rocky's being here, and she was glad of it. Remembering the last month of the training in L.A., she was confident that Rocky was as prepared as he could be. He had even managed to beat Apollo in their last sprint across the beach. But as fight time drew near, that old familiar feeling of dread filled her, twisting her stomach in a knot. In a matter of minutes, a man was going to attempt to beat her husband unconscious. It was a horrible thought, one she would never be able to get used to. But the more her stomach twisted, the firmer her smile became. She was a boxer's wife. Apollo put his hand on her shoulder. He knew what she was feeling. His wife had agonized over him too, but she'd never told him until after his retirement. Theirs was a quiet courage that Apollo respected as much as any feat he'd witnessed in a boxing ring. Adrian looked up at him. He smiled. "Everything's gonna be all right." "I know," she said, putting her hand over his. There was a knocking at the door. Polly opened it a crack, then quickly closed it again.
"Those TV people want in."
"Keep them out," Apollo ordered. He looked at Rocky. "Everybody will see you soon enough." Paulie stuck his head out the door and commenced yelling. Al picked up the left hand and started taping it. Rocky's breathing was shallow and anxious. He deliberately started deep breathing, letting his stomach bloat with each breath. God, he wished Mickey were here. He missed the old man's grumbles and threats. He missed his warmth and kindness. His body felt good, maybe the best it had ever been. Apollo's training had trimmed every ounce of excess weight off his body and left his reflexes razor sharp. He felt like a weapon, a rhythmic weapon that could thrust and parry, not just club. He owed a lot to Apollo, both as a manager and as a friend. Paulie pulled his head back in and slammed the door shut.
"It's a madhouse out there,"
Paulie exclaimed. Rocky and Apollo locked eyes. "Just a heavyweight championship fight night at the Garden," Apollo said.
"No big thing."
Rocky smiled. Donut rubbed a thick coating of Vaseline around Clubber's eyes. The Vaseline shone as brightly as the eyes. He was ready. He had beaten Balboa once, and he was going to do it again. After a lifetime of being on the bottom, he was finally on the top. He intended to stay there. Even though he sometimes pretended differently, he enjoyed the attention of the media. He enjoyed having conversations stop when he entered a restaurant. It was no longer dangerous to request an autograph from Clubber. He sometimes even smiled when he signed his name. His life had changed when he defeated Rocky. All the accoutrements of success he had previously scorned were now being handed to him on the proverbial silver plate. The easier his access to them, the more his disdain diminished. It was a good life, and he was getting used to it. His anger was losing its fire. In the first fight he had viewed Rocky as the person he had to annihilate to get the things he wanted. Now he viewed him as the person who was trying to take everything away. It wasn't going to happen. No one was going to take a thing from him except abuse. A reporter crowded in next to Clubber. "Champ, with the fight ready to begin, would you care to comment on how you plan to fight Balboa? What's your strategy?" Clubber pushed away Donut.
"Don't need any. The man's predictable and stupid. The man comes straight ahead. He's made for me."
Clubber smiled triumphantly as more newsmen surged around him, shouting questions. He was the champ. Nobody was going to take anything from him, especially not Balboa. The main arena was jammed, pulsating with thousands of people. The crowd was a sideshow in itself. Men wrapped in mink coats, women weighed down by jewels and furs, celebrities ranging from astronauts to actors, and, of course, the inevitable politicians in every shape, size, and color. It was a lively crowd, puffed full of enthusiasm. Their tickets had cost them a fortune, and they were determined to get their money's worth. Surprisingly, in view of the fact that Clubber was a hometown boy, the sympathy of the crowd seemed to be strongly behind Rocky. He was once again the underdog, and they loved him for it. Most of them had watched his battles with Creed in wonder and astonishment. Tonight they hoped for a replay. There was too little wonder and astonishment in their lives. At ringside, reporters were already at their typewriters. Photographers studied the ring from various angles. Nobody was doing any real work. Most of the time was spent gossiping and watching the crowd battle its way to the seats. The fact that this was just another job didn't diminish their enthusiasm as they argued the pros and cons of each fighter. Foolish speculations on how many rounds the fight would last were backed by even more foolish bets. Power cables stretched all around the floor by ringside. Television cameras cut paths through the agitated crowd as they set up for broadcast. The commentators put on their headsets and faced the cameras as fight time came closer. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the world-famous Madison Square Garden," Bill Baldwin began. "A most exciting backdrop for the anxiously awaited rematch between former champ Rocky Balboa and the reigning heavyweight champion Clubber Lang. Now, I would like to introduce an old friend and my co-commentator for this evening, Stu Nahan. The camera swung around to include Nahan, a man whose face was well known to television audiences. Thank you, Bill. It's my pleasure to be here on this exciting night. I don't think I've seen this arena so full since Fraser and Ali's Fight of the Century. And what a night that was. Yes, indeed. And tonight's battle is being dubbed the crime of the century, but I haven't quite been able to figure out why. Maybe we'll find out as the evening progresses. Since both men are brawlers, with the edge in power going to Clubber Lang, odds are long against Balboa regaining the title. I'd have to agree, Nahan commented. Toe to toe, Lang is utterly devastating and much too strong. The noise from the crowd began to escalate. People anxiously checked their watches. Underneath the chatter, tension slowly built, a tangible, communal emotion. Rocky paced the floor of his dressing room. His footsteps sounded like a heartbeat in the quiet room. It didn't seem that long ago that he had been waiting in a dressing room similar to this one, waiting to fight Apollo for the first time, but it had been almost 4 years since the famous bicentennial fight. 4 long years. Rocky had not only gone the distance, he had molded a career and formed a new life. He thought of Clubber in his dressing room. The nightmare quality that Clubber had held for him in the previous months was gone. Lang was just the latest in a long succession of opponents, a man with strengths and weaknesses, like any other fighter. Rocky glanced at Adrian. How could such a small, frail-looking woman be so strong, he wondered. She had certainly been with him all the way in L.A. Regardless of what happened in the ring tonight, he knew with certainty that he was a lucky man, a winner. Apollo was amazed at how tense he felt. It was almost as if he were going into the ring himself tonight. Maybe, in a way, he was. During the long days of training, Rocky had become an extension of himself. He had adopted Apollo's moves, his strategies, his way of thinking. The only thing Rocky hadn't assimilated was Apollo's gift of gab. Everybody's got to hold a little back, Apollo mused. A few secrets always came in handy. Rocky sat on a bench. Duke circled him and dug his fingers deeply into his neck and back muscles. Rocky closed his eyes as the strong fingers kneaded the tension out of the tight muscles. Apollo leaned close to Rocky. "Remember what it took to get here, and remember where you came from," Apollo chanted in a whisper. "Remember what he did to you. Now it's your turn. Your turn. Last chance." The chant reverberated in Rocky's mind. Remember. Remember. Clubber watched himself being interviewed on the closed-circuit monitor in his dressing room. He glanced from the monitor to the live interviewer, seated beside him. He felt caught in a hall of mirrors. The reflections were endless. He became annoyed with himself. He should be thinking of the fight, not mirrors. He scowled. The monitor scowled back at him. "Is this running battle you've had with Balboa just a ploy to build up what people would call the hate gate?" the interviewer asked. "I try not to hate, but I've got some hate inside," Clubber confessed to the camera. "I dislike most people. They're bloodsuckers. I don't hate Balboa, but I will destroy anybody who tries to take what I got." "Any predictions about the fight?" "Predictions?" "Yes." "Pain," he said, staring at himself in the monitor. "Lots of pain." Banners and placards bearing Rocky's name and picture dotted the crowd in the arena. People began to chant Rocky's name. "Rocky! Rocky! Rocky!" the arena murmured. The placards and banners bobbed up and down enthusiastically as the excitement spread. "Lang's a brawler who likes to hurt a man to the body," Baldwin declared to the television audience watching on cable TV or packed into closed-circuit theaters. "Also," Nahan added, "Balboa may have never psychologically recovered from the vicious knockout by Clubber." Baldwin looked at his watch. He hoped the fight started soon. Nahan's psychological ruminations made the banal blabber of other commentators seem positively brilliant. At ringside, the judges took their seats and fidgeted with their newly sharpened pencils. Blank paper sat in front of them, awaiting their judgments. Another knock on the door. Polly opened it. A security guard indicated that it was time. "It's time, Rock," Polly relayed. Rocky kissed Adrian. She clung to him tightly, then whispered, "Good luck," into his ear, and started out the door. "You don't have to watch. You can stay here," Rocky said. "I know," she said, exiting the room.
"Hey, we're gonna be late,"
Polly fidgeted.
Yo, what are they gonna do? Start without me?
Rocky joked. The tension in the room was broken. Everybody laughed.
"Clubber's gonna wish they had,"
Duke encouraged.
"He's gonna wish he had never heard of boxing,"
Polly added. Apollo put Rocky's robe over his shoulders. "This is what it's all been for. The work, the sweat, the training. We've come this far. There's no reason not to go all the way, right?"
Right.
Apollo looked at Rocky, then patted his shoulder. "And remember, after tonight, you owe me a favor." Polly opened the door, and the harsh arena sounds filled the room. The corridor was jammed with people shouting assurances to Rocky. Reporters, resentful of his pre-fight isolation, tried to get some last-minute quotes out of him. He smiled at them, but said nothing. The security personnel weren't taking any chances. Too deep, they completely encircled the fighter and his people. Rocky walked down the corridor, oblivious to the noise and the people pulling at him. There was only one thing on his mind: Clubber Lang. They halted momentarily near the arena entrance as the police cleared the congested main aisle. "Listen," Apollo said. "I just want to say, I'm proud of you. It's tough to change. You did it, and you're going to prove it to everyone tonight."
Yeah,
Rocky said. In his mind, he was way past the point where words of encouragement or support were necessary. He heard them, but they didn't register. All he could think about was Clubber. He was in total focus. They stepped into the arena. The crowd burst into wild cheers and applause. "Hey, here comes Rocky and Apollo now, two former champions. Balboa looks deadly serious tonight." Baldwin had to shout into his microphone, trying to make himself heard above the crowd noise. Rocky's procession looked like a huge amoeba that was being pulled and stretched by the crowd. The security pushed through the hordes of people, slowly bringing Rocky closer to the ring. The noise continued to build. "That he does," Nahan shouted back. "Word has it, this is Rocky's last fight, win, lose, or draw. But he has a score to settle, and his stone-faced mood reflects just that. Rocky Balboa, the Iron Man from Philadelphia, certainly has the support from this crowd." Many people in the audience were jumping up and down, shouting, "Rocky! Rocky! Rocky!" The placards and banners were dancing wildly in the crowd. It had the look of a political convention. Rocky climbed into the ring. "The Italian Stallion, an 8-to-1 underdog, climbing into the ring. He looks incredibly trim, doesn't he? He looks 20 pounds lighter." "That he does," Nahan agreed. Apollo, Duke, and Polly followed Rocky through the ropes. Apollo and Duke had Rocky written on the back of their sweaters. Polly was emblazoned on Polly's. Apollo stayed at Rocky's side. "Rhythm and power. Rhythm and power. Get mad," he urged. Rocky nodded and started bouncing on his feet. Polly hurried by carrying some towels. "Yo, you did a great job, Apollo." "Thanks." "Balboa does not really possess any ring skills," Baldwin droned on, "but I've never seen a fighter with so much raw determination to get to the top of his profession." "Here comes the champion now, Clubber Lang," Nahan shouted, standing. Clubber's entourage wound its way through the crowd, greeted by a sprinkling of boos and hisses. Clubber grabbed a Rocky placard from a fan and broke it in two. His already ferocious expression deepened with rage. "The champion looks sullen. Look at those eyes. I'll tell you, folks, I sure wouldn't want to be in there." Apollo leaned close to Rocky. "No matter what happens, be cool." Clubber entered the ring amidst cheers and boos. Scowling, he raised his fists and lumbered toward Rocky. "Hey, sucker, you ready for a beating? You never should have come back." Apollo stepped in front of Rocky. He and Lang were almost nose to nose. Clubber continued shouting.
And boy, after him, you're next, boy.
Get out of my face, Apollo said quietly.
What you gonna do, boy?
Apollo shoved Clubber. Caught by surprise, Lang staggered back, then recovered and rushed forward. Ring personnel separated the two men before they exchanged any blows. Clubber Lang was led back to his corner, yelling,
I'm coming for you. After I crucify him, you're mine, sucker.
Apollo turned to Rocky, a big smile on his face. Said Rocky, I thought you said be cool. Oh, that was cool, Apollo assured him. A brawl before the bell. Apollo and Clubber wanting to go at each other right on the spot. That ring is ready to explode. The fight is about to officially begin. Rocky and Clubber removed their robes. Both fighters have removed their robes. They are in excellent condition. But look at Rocky. He's been trained to the bone. Incredible! He's not the same man we've seen before. The ring announcer climbed through the ropes and proceeded to the center of the ring. He motioned to the timekeeper. The bell was rung. The crowd nervously settled down. Little pockets of noise still bursting forth here and there. The announcer pulled the ring microphone down. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Madison Square Garden and to the world's heavyweight championship fight. Would everyone stand for the national anthem? The entire arena rose to its feet. As the anthem was sung, the fighters paced up and down the ring, glaring at each other furiously. When the song was over, the announcer continued. Now for the main event. In the blue corner, weighing 191 pounds, the former heavyweight champion of the world, the Italian stallion, Rocky Balboa. The crowd erupted into hysterical cheers and applause. Programs and streamers flew into the air. Rocky danced out of his corner, hands held high in acknowledgement. Adrian sat in the audience, Rocky Jr. by her side, the housekeeper on the other side of him. Rocky had never looked better to her. The fear he had expressed to her had only made him more beautiful in her eyes. Rocky searched the crowd until he found Adrian. He waved, smiling. Rocky Jr. chortled and waved back. In the red corner, weighing 237 pounds, the hard-punching battler from New York, the reigning heavyweight champion of the world, Clubber Lang. Lang stepped out of the corner holding the heavyweight title belt high above his head. Boos and applause welcomed him. He turned, displaying the belt to the entire arena. The referee motioned the fighters to the center of the ring. Clubber and Rocky faced each other, their eyes smoldering as they prepared for battle. You men know the rules. Break clean when I say break and give us a good fight. Rocky stuck out his hand to shake. Clubber glared at it, then spat on the canvas.
Gonna bust you up,
Clubber growled. Go for it, Rocky said, then went back to his corner. Apollo stared deep into Rocky's eyes. He could see his will, his determination. Behind that, there was a phantom flicker in the blue of the iris that just might be the hunger, the eye of the tiger. He rubbed Rocky's shoulders. You know what you've got to do. No matter what. Don't fight his fight. You're the best now. Believe it. Rhythm and power. Rhythm and power. Rocky nodded, his eyes focused on Clubber in the far corner.
Bring it home, Rocco,
Paulie yelled. Rocky knelt in his corner and made the sign of the cross. Out in the audience he could see Adrian making the same motion. The bell rang. Round 1. Clubber charged furiously out of his corner, intent on the quick kill. Rocky waited, then threw 3 quick jabs that found their mark. Clubber was stunned. Rocky danced in a circle to the left, jabbing continuously, then smashing in a left-right hook combination. Clubber was an angry, frustrated mound of muscle. Rocky circled to the right, still jabbing, confusing Clubber more. Another jab! Another! And another! Folks, this isn't the Rock we expected. He's dancing like Apollo Creed. It's absolutely unbelievable! Baldwin yelled into the camera.
Absolutely,
Nahan picked up his colleague's tagline. Clubber Lang is confused and trying to mount an attack, but can't corner. I can't believe I'm saying this. Can't corner the fleet-footed challenger. Rocky continued circling and jabbing, constantly changing directions. He worked automatically as if he were back in the gym in L.A. Jab, slide, jab, jab. Infuriated Clubber stood flat-footed in the center of the ring, absorbing blows as he tried to figure out which direction Rocky would move in next. Apollo, Paulie, and Duke were laughing and slapping one another on the back as they yelled encouragement to their fighter. This was what they had hoped for, but to see it in reality was incredible. "Rhythm! He's fantastic!" Apollo cried. Suddenly, Clubber got close to Rocky and bowled him into the ropes. Clubber attacked, hitting him with a right to the midsection and a left to the head. Rocky was staggered. He bounced off the ropes and tied Clubber up. Clubber continued banging away at Rocky's midsection and shoulders. "Turn and chop a right!" Apollo shouted. Rocky ducked under a right to the head, turned, chopped a right and a left, followed them with a flurry of combinations. Dazed, Clubber backed away. Rocky danced to the center of the ring and motioned Clubber forward. The crowd roared its approval. In desperation, Clubber charged, flailing at Rocky. Rocky sidestepped easily, and Clubber's momentum carried him into the ropes. Rocky opened up, firing punch after punch. "The champion is furious! He's looking for the one punch that will take the starch out of the challenger's legs. Clubber goes for Balboa's head, punches that have the challenger backing up. Look at that! Balboa fakes and is off the ropes and double hooks to the body. Oh, here come the bombs!" A booming left caught Clubber and staggered him. Rocky cut loose, raining a relentless tattoo of blows upon Clubber's head and midsection. Clubber began to totter. "The champion is in real trouble. I don't know what is keeping him upright. Rights and left are just pouring from Balboa." A right hook, a left, a booming right to the head. Clubber was down. Rocky exultantly jumped into the air, his hands clasped over his head. Clubber sprang to his feet, ready to fight, but the referee held him for the mandatory 8 count. The bell rang at 7.
"I'll kill you, man! Keep running! Keep running! I'll get you! I'm gonna get you! No guts!"
Clubber yelled as he was pulled to his corner by Donut. His nose and mouth were bloody. Rocky spat his mouthpiece into Apollo's hand. Duke and Paulie began working on him. His face was virtually unscathed. He rinsed his mouth and spat into the bucket Paulie held. "No cuts, no blood. He's a piece of cake, Rocky. Maybe you should take a breather and I'll handle the next round," Paulie joked. "You're doing great. Don't get crazy and we're home free," Apollo urged. Donut was hastily working on Clubber's nose, slowing the bleeding. "Everything's working off his jab. Step inside. Keep crowding him. Don't give him a chance to set. He can't keep dancing like that for long," Donut counseled. Clubber stared balefully across the ring at Rocky.
"I'll kill him."
Apollo slipped Rocky's mouthpiece back in. "He's gonna come hard. You counter and move. Counter and move." "The man's strong," Rocky mumbled through the rubber. Adrian watched fearfully from the audience. Things were going too well. Round 2. There's the bell, and Balboa sets a fiery pace, banging 3 unanswered jabs off the champion's eyes. The Hellcat from Philly is giving no quarter, and looks determined to beat the odds again. Rocky and Clubber clashed in the center of the ring. Rocky peppered at Lang's face. Clubber feinted and winged a good sweeping hook that drove Rocky back into a corner. Clubber delivered 3 left-right combinations before Rocky managed to fall into a clinch.
"Fight me here! Why you running? You ain't no man!"
Clubber taunted. Rocky hung on like a drowning man. Clubber's superior strength was dominating. He was almost tossing Rocky about at will. The referee moved in and broke them up. As they separated, Clubber slapped Rocky in the face with his open glove. He backed into the center of the ring and taunted Rocky to meet him.
"You ain't no man!"
Steaming, Rocky charged, and was greeted by 2 thunderous hooks that knocked him off balance. "It now looks like Balboa wants to trade with the champion. That could be a fatal mistake." "What the hell's he doing?" Apollo yelled futilely. "Get the hell out of there!" Clubber slammed a series of hooks into Rocky's body, driving him into the ropes. A pulverizing right connected with Rocky's head and opened a cut over his eye. "Rocky's in big trouble in round 2, the round the champion predicted for his knockout. Oh, that right hand hurt Rocky again. What a fight!" Rocky surged off the ropes with a flurry of hooks that backed Lang up. Here comes Balboa, a beautiful six-punch combination. Rocky moves to safer ground, but Clubber Lang chases him down. Balboa is cut again. The blood oozed from a cut under Rocky's eye this time. Backpedaling, Rocky threw a series of right-left combinations, but Clubber leapt from his crouched stance and caught Rocky flush on the jaw. Clubber unleashed an arsenal of blows.
"Hold on! Hold him, damn it!" Apollo cursed. "Clinch, Rock!" Paulie urged.
Clubber continued to land devastating hooks to the body. Rocky tried to tie him up, but Clubber pushed him away while assaulting him with more body blows. The arena was in an uproar. Fans were jumping up and down, screaming. Adrian's face was pale. The tight, bloodless smile was still there.
"Balboa is being worked on again. Oh, they're coming from the floor. He's not climbing, and that's going to cost him dearly. What in the world is keeping him up? Another combination by the champion."
Rocky desperately threw his right. Clubber went under it and came up with a thunderous hook that knocked Rocky to the canvas.
"Balboa is down!"
Rocky pushed himself up on one knee. The ring seemed to be swirling in a vortex. Faces were blurred, lights misty. Apollo shook his head in despair. Paulie went insane, yelling, "Get up! Get up!" Adrian lowered her face into her hand. The housekeeper hugged Rocky Jr.
5, 6, 7, 8, the referee counted.
Blanking his mind to everything but the fight, Rocky pushed himself to his feet.
"The unbelievable Balboa! Only he could come back from that beating. What does he have for a heart?"
The referee examined Rocky's eyes, then wiped his gloves off.
"We should stop it," Apollo said. "He's going to get hurt bad." "He ain't getting hurt," Paulie said. "He's getting mad."
The referee motioned for the men to commence fighting. Rocky began jabbing again, but the express-train charge of Lang's soon had him pinned in a corner. Clubber pounded away as Rocky helplessly bobbed and weaved.
"Balboa is trapped again. His fight plan has gone out the window. All he's doing now is getting his ribs caved in."
Rocky dodged under an arching hook and slammed Clubber to the body and head. Clubber staggered back. Rocky burst out of the corner, free, and immediately tucked himself into a tight shell.
"Balboa is in a shell, waving Clubber to come on. Clubber assaults him with a vengeance."
Rocky's shoulders and arms were absorbing Clubber's crushing blows.
"My sister hits harder,"
Rocky jeered. Rocky didn't have a sister, and his arms were numb from the blows, but he wasn't going to let Clubber know that. Clubber's attack continued. He pounded Rocky's body mercilessly. He tried to pull Rocky's hands down and club him on the head. Rocky scrunched tighter into his shell. The bell rang, ending the round. Clubber kept hammering at Rocky. The referee separated the fighters.
"I'm the man! I'm the man!" Clubber shouted as he went to his corner. "You ain't gonna stay with me here? You're stupid! What kind of fighting is that? Stupid!"
Rocky walked wearily to his corner. Apollo angrily grabbed Rocky by the shoulders.
"What the hell are you doing?"
"I know what I'm doing."
"If you stand toe-to-toe with him, you've lost, understand? He's too strong. Box him, damn it!" Apollo said tensely, pushing Rocky down on the stool.
Donut wiped Clubber's face off. A small trickle of blood still oozed from the nose, but it was nothing serious. The eyes were still undamaged.
"Don't go wasting your punches." "He's nothing. You're the champ. Don't try to take him out with one punch." "He's mine. Use your head."
Apollo was angry as he paced in front of Rocky.
"If you trade with him, he'll kill you. Just keep moving side to side and use the left lead. You came here to win this fight. Now win it."
The buzzer sounded. Rocky stood. Adrian watched him, horrified yet spellbound.
"Eye of the tiger, damn it! Eye of the tiger!" Apollo urged.
Clubber loomed in his corner like an immense tower.
"Wear him down," Donut yelled. "He's all ours."
The bell rang. Round 3. Here we are in the third round of this already incredibly grueling contest that should logically have never gone beyond round 2. Clubber and Rocky circle one another, neither wanting to commit a mistake that could end it all. Clubber roared out of his corner, intent on finishing Rocky for good. Rocky backpedaled, countering with some jabs that kept Clubber at bay. 4 quick jabs in Clubber's face. The champion brushes them aside and chases Balboa down. Balboa, 3 jabs, a right, then left. The champion is furious. A solid hook drives Rocky into his corner. Rocky huddled in the corner as Clubber unleashed a barrage of devastating blows. Rocky felt like a ship being pounded in a storm. Every way he turned, he was pummeled. It's all over now. The champion is landing at will. This fight could be over. No! Balboa slips and blocks. Here comes Rocky. Rocky blocked 2 powerful rights and landed a beautiful combination off Clubber's head. The blood from the cuts around Rocky's eyes were tinting his world pink. Clubber stumbled back, jarred. Rocky jumped forward, connecting with a rapid series of body punches. Clubber continued to back up, suddenly in trouble. Rocky followed him, continually ripping and tearing at his body. Mass hysteria swept over the crowd. Adrian was on her feet, shrieking. Now it was Rocky's turn. He blasted Clubber's body with hooks, alternated with combinations to the head. Clubber was in agony. His arms had lost all feeling. One of his ribs felt broken. But he was still in there, fighting. A tremendous right drove Clubber into the ropes. Rocky is back, burying his fist in Lang's face, then switching to caving in the champion's ribs. An incredible comeback! No! Wait! Clubber ducked under an arching left and ripped an uppercut to Rocky's liver that paralyzed his body. It was the most exquisite pain Rocky had ever felt. His body seemed to melt into slow motion. Clubber waded in and mutilated Rocky with pile-driving head and body shots, then drove him across the ring in a complete reverse of the previous action. It looked hopeless for Rocky. The crowd was standing now, chanting, "Rocky! Rocky!" The sound swept through the arena like a prayer. Adrian stood chanting too, her eyes closed. Paulie pounded the canvas with his fist. "Go after him! Tear him up!" Suddenly Rocky cut loose with a flurry of hooks that caught the champion by surprise and sent him reeling against the ropes. Rocky moved to the center of the ring. "Come on! Come on!" he yelled at Clubber. The crowd went wild at the sight of the challenge. "I can't believe it," Apollo said. "Believe it! Get him, Rocco!" Paulie cheered. Clubber came off the ropes and waded into Rocky. They stood toe-to-toe, hurling long-armed bombs at each other from point-blank range. Neither man attempted to duck a blow. They were just too tired. Balboa with a combination and reply to the head by the champion. Balboa again hurts Lang. Would you believe Balboa is standing toe-to-toe, beating the stronger champion at his own game? It's trench warfare. The old Rocky is back. Oh, the champion is hurt. He is being demolished. It was like the old days for Rocky. All thought of style was gone from his head. He didn't feel the blows that landed on him. He concentrated on his old style of bruising, infighting. Clubber was being damaged. His hands were slowly being forced down from his face. Finally, Rocky saw an opening and fired a scathing volley of pinpoint-accurate punches to Clubber's head. The champion staggered backwards. He couldn't regain his balance. Rocky pummeled him into a corner. "Let it loose! Let it loose!" Apollo screamed. Rocky pulled out all the stops. He tattooed his opponent with 3 hooks to the body, 3 rights to the head. Clubber swayed like a building on the brink of collapse. Rocky whipped a murderous right hook. The building crashed. Clubber toppled sideways. Rocky leapt to a neutral corner. The referee began his count over the prostrate champion. The crowd rocked the arena with deafening cheers. People turned and hugged one another. Popcorn and peanuts rained on their head. Adrian looked at Rocky. He was staring at her, his eyes wild as an animal's in the heat of battle. Apollo and Paulie were in suspended animation, watching the referees count. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you're out! The arena exploded like midnight on New Year's Eve. People swarmed wildly into the aisles, jumping and dancing. There was so much paper flying through the air it looked like a ticker tape parade. The ring was flooded by the press and well-wishers. Rocky leapt into the air and landed in Apollo's embrace. "You did it, man! You've got nothing to prove to nobody! Nothing!" Apollo cried as he hugged Rocky. Paulie grabbed Rocky by the shoulders.
Yo, Rocco, you beautiful.
Clubber was unsteadily rising to his feet, shoving people away from him. Adrian entered the ring and rushed into Rocky's arms. "I love you," Adrian sobbed. "Are you all right?" "Never better," Rocky said, kissing her. Across the ring, through the frantic crowd, Clubber locked eyes with Rocky. He slowly raised his right hand in a single salute. Then he was gone, through the ropes, lost in the frenzied crowd. The ring announcer was shouting to make himself heard above the general din. "Winner by a knockout in one of the most incredible comebacks in boxing history, and once again heavyweight champion of the world, the Italian stallion, Rocky Balboa!"
"It's all over,"
Rocky said to Apollo. "Everything, man, except you owe me a favor."
"What?"
"You'll see," Apollo promised. "You'll see." The referee raised Rocky's hand in victory. Chapter 14. They met outside of Gold Mill's gym. It was a cool, quiet night with bright stars periodically breaking through the cloud cover. Apollo paid the taxi driver, then stepped out of the cab holding his equipment bag. Rocky pulled his bag from the back seat of the Maserati and slammed the car door shut. The taxi pulled away. Apollo and Rocky were alone on the sidewalk. They both grinned foolishly and entered the gym. The gym was still, tomb-like. It had been closed since Mickey's death. Its inhabitants had unhappily dispersed to the other gyms around the city, but they weren't the same. There was only one Gold Mills. The dreams that lingered in the gathering dust of the gym were not transferable. Rocky and Apollo walked to the locker room, their footsteps echoing like hollow drumbeats in the quiet gym. Rocky knew it was appropriate to end it in Gold Mill's gym, because that was where it had all started a lifetime ago.
"What's your name, kid?"
Robert Balboa. My friends call me Rocky."
"Like in Marciano?"
"Yeah."
"We'll see."
The expensive suits looked incongruous hanging in the rusted, dented wall lockers. Rocky slipped his shorts on, then paused, amused.
"You know, I can't believe you're doing this."
Apollo looked up from tying his shoelaces. "We made a deal."
"Yeah, but this is extremely crazy."
"Yeah, mentally irregular." They finished putting on their boxing outfits in silence. They walked through the deserted gym to the well-worn ring. A shaft of moonlight shone down through the skylight, illuminating the ring. Rocky could almost hear the heavy breathing of phantom boxers as they struggled with jump ropes, speed bags, medicine balls. "But it makes all the sense it needs to make," Apollo stated. "You owe me a favor, right?"
"Yeah. When did you think of this?"
"About 3 years ago."
"This is crazy."
"The last time we met you were lucky. Beat me by 1 second. Now that is hard for a man of my intelligence to handle."
"But after losing to me, you said you'd learn to live with it."
Apollo's smile was wide and mischievous. "I lied." Apollo's boyhood dream had been to be the heavyweight champion of the world. Part of him still hung on to that dream and cherished it like a high school yearbook. He knew time eventually stripped everyone of their titles, but he was going to enjoy that battle too.
"So you've just got to know for yourself."
"Just for myself," Apollo repeated. "No TV, no papers, just us." Rocky jumped up on the ring canvas, then reached down a helping hand and pulled Apollo up.
"Go slow. You're not as young as springtime no more," Rocky warned.
"Young enough to whip your butt."
"How can you win? You taught me everything you know."
Apollo laughed. "Almost everything." Rocky smiled. He felt as good as he had the first time he'd put on a pair of gloves years ago. What would life be without surprises, he wondered. He hoped he'd never find out. "Stallion, I want you to remember that you might fight great, but I'm a great fighter. Ready?" "Absolutely." They moved to the center of the ring and began circling. All over the country, kids were picking up baseball gloves, adjusting shoulder pads, putting on boxing gloves, getting set to run out the kitchen door in pursuit of excitement, fights to fight, victories to win. Rocky could hear those phantom boxers gathered around the ring, silently cheering. "Too bad we got to get old, Stallion."
"Just keep punching," Rocky said.
Hello, I'm your narrator, John Olson. Thank you for listening to me reading aloud the novelization of Rocky III. I had a very fun time reading this book out loud, and I hope you lovely listeners had a reasonably good time listening. If my larynx wasn't all raspy and exhausted right now, I'd consider performing an a cappella version of Eye of the Tiger to amuse you, but that's not going to happen. Sorry. Maybe one day we'll bump into each other at a karaoke bar, and I will perform live to musical accompaniment. But again, that's probably not going to happen. Anyway, thanks again for listening to Audiobooks for the Damned.